Are we ready? Okay. Right. Good afternoon. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Today, Committee of Adjustment is offering attendees the option to appear by video. Those attendees that have registered in advance to attend by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The committee considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today's hearing procedure. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When making your submissions, where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant will proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer an application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff for items in the afternoon time slots? No. Are there any deferral requests, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Not in the first time slot.
Well, okay.
Oh, sorry. I believe there is a deferral request, sorry, for item number 25, 51 BINSCARTH Road.
Yep. Is
Yep.
that in this time slot?
Yes, it's the 2 o'clock. Yes.
Okay. All right, so let us deal with number 25. Okay. The purpose of this application, alter the existing building by constructing a rear two-story addition, a rear ground floor terrace, and a rear second-story deck, and a rear third-story deck. So with this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have email correspondence from Ravenna Natural Feature Protection Urban Forestry and from Urban Forestry, as well as from Toronto and Region Conservation Authority. We have opposition from 53 BINSCARTH Road.
Hello, I am the applicant. My name is Ian Starkey.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that the neighbor at number 53 BINSCARTH is it's the property on the east lot line of my client's property at number 51, and the owner, my client, found out just last week that the neighbor had some concerns over the addition that was being made at the rear of the property, and he would like to have some time to work with his neighbor to alter the design of the addition so that it will suit his neighbor. So it's just there wasn't enough time to get this done before the hearing, and hence the request for a deferral on the matter.
Okay, Mr. Starkey, can we just have your address for the record?
Yes, I'm Ian Starkey of 873382 5th Line, EHS, Mono, Ontario.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hurdle?
My name is Sean Hurdle. I'm an urban planner. I'm located at 4190 Brickworks Lane in Toronto, and I am the planner retained by the neighbor that was represented, that was noted by Mr. Starkey at 53 BINSCARTH Road.
Okay. Do you have any objection to the deferral?
No, in fact, we support the deferral and appreciate the efforts by the applicant and the applicant's agent, Mr. Starkey, to explore satisfactory and mutually agreed upon resolution of this matter. So we on behalf of my client, we certainly support and appreciate the deferral request.
All right, thank you. All right, panel, do we have any comments, questions? Do we have a motion for a deferral? Yes, Peter.
Thanks, Chair. I think this sounds like a reasonable proposal, given that there is openness from the applicant and the neighbor to find a mutual solution. So I think it's worth supporting. So I will move that the application be deferred.
All right, Nimrod, you second the motion? Okay, all in favor? You have your deferral. Thank you, sir. Now we move back to number 21. Which is 32 BRAE Boulevard. Okay, and the purpose of this application is to replace the existing one-story addition with a new rear two-story addition and rear ground floor deck. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, correspondence and support from 36 BRAE, and opposition from 30 BRAE. J. Smith. Do we have Mr. Smith?
Mr. Smith, can you hear us?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Jay Smith, agent for the application. My address is 2814 Hollington Crescent in Mississauga.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we need a presentation. I want to take it into committee. Do you have anything you want to say before we go into committee?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Nimrod?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I think one of the letters from the applicant indicated that there was possible change to the lot coverage, and I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. We did remove the ground floor deck that was of concern to planning staff. The 51.3% is still is the accurate lot coverage for what's being requested, but we did completely remove the ground floor deck, and we've pushed it back to just a landing and stairs that are underneath the second floor cantilever.
Doesn't
Great.
change any variance, I assume.
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Purpose.
Any further questions? Yes, Yim?
Does that mean that the site plan has been revised to delete the deck, or do we have drawings showing that?
Yes, we did submit drawings, and they were uploaded to the AIC with revised plans.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, does the purpose then need to be modified to remove the rear
Yes.
ground floor deck?
Yeah. Okay, so, no further questions. Do we have a motion? Yes, Yim?
Yeah, I don't have any problem with this proposal, and I had a little bit of concern on the deck too because of the size. Since they've been removed, I'd like to move for approval, but I'd like to tie it to the revised site plan, and also with the revised purpose clause. Yeah.
Okay. We have a seconder. Yes, Peter. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir. Number 22. (1008) Logan Avenue. The purpose of the application to alter the existing two-story townhouse by constructing a rear second-story addition as well as a new rear basement walkout and a new rear ground floor deck. Also to construct a new ancillary building carport in the rear yard of the property abutting the laneway. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, email correspondence from city planning, community planning, and a staff report from urban forestry. Yeah, Michael Shirzadfar.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Michael Shirzadfar, and I'm the agent on behalf of owners at 100.
Excuse me, Mr. Shirzadfar. You've opted
Yes.
to join by video. You can turn on your video now.
Oh, I'm actually don't have that access right now for some reason.
Okay, well, we'll accept you as you are. Can we have your address, sir?
Yeah, my address is 3 Mary Terrace Court, Markham, Ontario, L6B0B1, and I'm the agent on behalf of the homeowners at 1008 Logan Avenue.
Okay, so we're going to take this into committee because it's reasonably straightforward. Do you have anything you want to say to the committee before you go in? I see there's a couple of questions, but perhaps if you have anything to say, you might answer the questions.
No, but I'll be happy to address any questions the committee might have for me.
All right, Yim, you have a question?
Yes, the first question, in the community planning email, it mentioned the variance 3 that you're going to put in some landscaping. Is that going to change the variance 3 on the notice? Because
It would
you have
change
0.
it, but the problem we had was, given the time, we couldn't exactly come up with a number what it will change to. So we've indicated that we will improve the soft landscaping, but I couldn't tell you exactly what that percentage is going to be. So, but it's an existing non-conforming condition where it's interlocked right now, but the homeowner has agreed that they will remove the hardscape and replace it with some soft landscaping, sodded grass area. But the actual percentage of what that's going to be, I couldn't tell you, but it's definitely going to improve it from the 0% that's there right now.
That's my point. On the variance, if we're going to approve the application, it says 0. You're not. What is it to guarantee you're going to provide the extra landscaping or soft landscaping then? I mean, it cannot be 0. It has to be something, right?
Well, if you need an actual number, I can
We
give you.
We can't approve it. I don't think by saying that you're going to do something.
Correct.
Because we don't have anything to approve in that case.
I understand, but so the dynamic behind this right now, given the 0%, is because it's an existing non-conforming condition to begin with, right? So it just came up with us, like within the last week, to change it based on the planner's request, but then the planner was also away, so it was a little bit hard of like communicating back and forth, and that's why we didn't actually come up with an actual percentage for it. But we did say that we would improve it. Now, I don't have an actual percentage for you, so hopefully your decision's not going to be based on the fact that we have a 0% soft landscaping in the back. That's,
I mean, perhaps we can say to the the applicant will improve the soft rear yard landscaping to the satisfaction of community planning.
correct. And we did provide a drawing to kind of reflect what kind of landscaping and where we're going to propose that soft landscaping. So if you would like to tie it to that site plan, I have no problem.
Okay. So there is a drawing, AO.1 site plan.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, okay, that's to the satisfaction of the community planning. Okay, we can incorporate that in our memo, in our approval if we approve it. So any other questions, panel? Nimrod, did you have a question?
Well, that was going to be my question. I didn't understand why, if there was a plan that was provided, why the applicant could not calculate a figure for us.
Yeah.
I do apologize. It was just a matter of timing. If you like, I can give you. I could provide you possibly with a number right now if you give me one moment.
Great.
I wonder if I can ask the staff to share the screen of the Google map of the aerial photo or a view from the laneway. Because that's actually what I've been wondering as well. It doesn't look like the green landscape is impossible to have after the new carport is shifted to the laneway. Unless I'm looking at the wrong addresses.
So it's going to roughly work out to about 7% improvement.
7%?
Correct. Soft landscaping.
Okay, so how many square meters is that?
Oh, give me 1 second regarding square meters.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I have a question for the applicant in a bit.
That works out to 70 square feet times 2, 140. 140 square feet. 13 square meters.
Okay. All right, panel, any further questions?
Yes, I just want to ask the applicant to look at the screen and confirm that your address is where the two cars are parked right now.
Sorry, I don't have access to the screen right now. I'm on via phone, but if you tell me what you're looking at, I can look at it on
So
my end.
I see two vehicles parked right perpendicular to the laneway in your lot, and behind that there's another shed. It just look a little bit different than your site plan.
So on the site plan, I've shown where the proposed carport is going to be, right?
Yes.
And then on the left, on the north side, there's a gravel driveway, the neighboring property.
Right now, it looks like there's a building structure right behind the carport. I don't know if that's
correct.
So that structure is going to be removed?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not just gravel like you show on the site plan. So that survey is not fully accurate. It didn't depict this structure.
Correct. I do apologize for that. No, so there's just going to be a carport in the rear.
When did you do the survey?
Sorry, say that again?
When did you obtain the survey?
The survey was obtained quite some, when was it? Just, I think, a year ago.
Okay, and I guess this structure has been here on site more than a year ago. So the survey was somehow, I don't know why, but seldomly it happened, that missing a key structural element on the survey plan. And so I guess your plan is not to show this and call it gravel. Assuming you're going to take that out, right? You're going to shift the carport to the edge. And what's the challenge again of...
So from what I understand is the survey reflected the actual frame shed that was there, right? And then when community planning asked for a revised...
Okay. I see it now. Right.
So we're not proposing to keep that. It's the intent is to remove it and have a carport in place of that.
Including that space, I see.
Exactly.
Okay. And between the new carport and the house is currently gravel, and you want to put it interlock tiles instead of inline.
No, Exactly. So we're going to introduce some strips of sodded area along the property lines to improve the existing non-conforming condition back there.
I see. And so the discussion between you and the planning staff is about how much of this space can be green landscape.
Correct.
And you just gave us the number that you're trying to achieve, which is about 7%.
Correct.
Okay, now
Correct.
I get it. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, any further questions, panel? Not, do we have a motion? Yes, Nimrod?
So I think the variances are minor as as it's been amended. And I would move approval of the variances as amended, subject to conditions from urban forestry number 2 and to community planning conditions.
All right, do we have a seconder? Yes, Aaron. Okay, all in favor?
Sorry, I have a question. Are we going to amend the variance number 3 in terms of the figures that he provided?
Yes, Nimrod said as amended.
Okay, I see.
Okay, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Number 23, 40 Laws Street. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear basement addition, a rear two-story addition, and a third-story addition with a rear third-floor balcony. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, report from Urban Forestry, and one form letter in support. William Hall.
Hall. I'm the architect for the proposal, and I'm at number 12 Mill Cove in Etobicoke.
Okay. So, Mr. Hall, I don't believe that we, just a minute, let me check and see if there's any opposition. No. I don't believe that we need a presentation from you. Do you have anything you want to say to the panel before we go into committee?
The only thing I would like to add is just some late information that we have. Both neighbors, north and south, are in support of our proposal.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions? Comments? We have a motion. Yes, Yim.
Yes, I think that I can support this application. I think the variance is a minor, but I do not see there's an urban forestry comment though.
Yeah,
there is?
They have a comment with respect to a tree affected by the deck.
So is it a condition? How do we include that comment then?
I think we just say, I don't know whether it's an F1, 2, 3, or 4 or 5. I think we just say it's the subject to the forestry condition.
Okay, or subject, yeah, to the satisfaction of the urban forestry then.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so I include that as condition. Yeah.
Okay, do we have a seconder, Aaron? Okay, all in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 24. 194 Rosedale Heights. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing rear and side three-story additions with second and third-story rear terraces, as well as a front one-story addition. Also to construct a new one-story ancillary building, a pool house, in the rear yard of the property. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, a report from Urban Forestry and opposition from addresses on Rosedale Heights, on Harper and Hudson. Ms. Fong.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Miss
Good.
Wang, sorry, you've opted to join by video. You can turn on your video now. Thank you.
Oh, I'm not sure I can, but I'm also happy not to. You don't need to see my face, if that's okay. I don't think I see the
All right, it's up to
the
you
button
whether you
too.
want to be on or not, but if you can't see
Okay,
it, let's just proceed.
Yeah, sure, sure. Did you want me to present, I assume?
Yes, we have lots of opposition.
Yes, okay, awesome. Okay, so Vanessa Fong, I'm the agent and architect for the homeowner at 194 Rosedale Heights Drive. The proposal before us is for a rear and side addition to the existing single-family home, and we are requesting relief to 8 variances, 2 which are in duplicate, so there's sort of 7 variances altogether. The existing home is a 2.5-story house with an occupied 3rd floor, similar to almost all the homes in this neighborhood. And there is existing parking at the rear with a detached garage at the rear of the property at the moment. And the goal of this project is to update the home as it is quite dated and create a space for my client to enjoy for the long run with this addition, which at its deepest is 12.6 feet at the rear from the existing rear wall of the property. I do have a presentation package if it's able to be pulled up so I can reference that. That'd be great. Thank you. So because of the angle of the street of Rosedale Heights Drive, the street cuts these lots at an acute angle. And so when we were planning the addition, we were quite careful about how we wanted to create the addition as the houses are quite staggered along this road. And to avoid, especially towards our neighbor to the west, number 190, to avoid a very large exposed west wall against their property, which is essentially their garden space. So we did step every floor back as well as towards the west so that we could mitigate visual and shadow impacts to number 190. So if we flip to the next page, this is the existing addition, but if we flip to the next page, the site plan, you can see the lightest shadow is the 1-story space, and then the sort of medium dark shaded gray is 2 stories. So you can see that that steps back 3.77 meters, and then also towards the east by 4.1 meters. And then the 3rd floor again steps back 3.36 meters and an additional 1.5 meters to the east, so that exposed building face is sort of mitigated towards number 190. And to be able to fit an attached garage to this home, we are widening the house by 1.3 meters. So on the site plan, you can see the dotted line of the existing footprint of the home. And so we are going towards the west by an additional 1.3 meters. And because the addition in the front is in line with the existing front wall of the home, and because of the angled street, it's causing the front yard setback to change to 5.44 meters. So we're sort of asking for a relief of 2 feet from the existing front yard setback. But I think contextually, this doesn't really sort of visually impact the streetscape itself because we are staying in line with the existing home. If we can go to the next page, I'll speak to the height variance and also the story variance. So with respect to the building height, we are maintaining the existing height of the existing building. So you can see in the red or orange dotted line there, the existing height of 10.3 meters. We're not going any higher. We're maintaining the high points of the pitched roof, and then going, the rear addition will have a flat roof, which is the reason that the height variance is triggered, as well as the number of stories. But you can see here also just the relationship, the sort of orange dotted line, the relationship of the existing massing to the proposed as well. The height and the number of stories variance is triggered. And I would just note that, again, the third floor is currently an occupied space already, but we are proposing just to add a little bit more area to that third floor. And if we can go to the next slide, we just did a quick rendering, again, just to show contextually that between what was existing and what we're proposing now is, in terms of a vernacular, quite in line with the neighborhood, and the addition at the rear, or the sort of flat roof at the rear, won't be noticeable within the elevation or the streetscape. And then if we go to the next page, we do have two variances in relation to platforms, which is the platforms are sort of due to the stepping back of the massing at the rear, how I talked about the second and third floor stepping back. And within the subject site, there are at least 5 known approved sites with platforms that have been approved. I believe the largest one approved was 31 square meters. As well as other platforms that are kind of visible to the neighborhood but weren't within the C of A approvals, and the closest ones to the site are at number 153 and 209 Rosedale Heights Drive, so just up and down the street from the subject site. We are proposing privacy planters on these platforms, as I know there's always a mitigation of privacy and overlook that we want to try and achieve on these platforms. So I did submit a latest site plan just clearly indicating the planter locations that we wanted to place, which has been also passed around to a number of the neighbors who have letters of objection as well.
All right, Ms. Fong, your time is up. If you could wrap up for now.
Okay, so I guess just in terms of the FSI, we're asking for 0.81, and approved in this area goes up to 1.22. So I think contextually we're okay. And then also the last item is the side yard setback, which we chose 1.2 meters because there's a site-specific bylaw in here that's saying any addition can't go beyond the existing main walls, but that 1.2 meter side yard setback was due to we took the city's own bylaw, chapter 10, 20, 40, 70, clause 3C, which says that for lots of this size, of this frontage, to implement a 1.2 meter setback. So that's where that side yard setback was driven from. And I hope that kind of quickly captures sort of where we're coming from and the rationale behind the design proposal, and that hopefully it meets the intent of the bylaws.
Okay, and yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I have noticed. Can the staff put up the page 2, variance number 7 on the notice? Page 2 on the the 7. I think that there's an error for the 0.69 time. It should be 407.09, because when I was calculating, I got totally confused. But then I think that is an error. We have to correct that. It should be 407.09. Yeah.
That looks right.
Yeah.
Because
I was trying to calculate from this. Yeah, this figure in the 0.81 times does not drive. So I think it's a mistake.
Any other questions? Okay, let's move on. Laurie Duffy.
I'm at 193 Rosedale Heights Drive.
You're Laurie Duffy?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead.
I have had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Fong and with the current owner. So some of my concerns have been addressed. I am concerned about the height of the building at the rear and the terraces, but they don't affect me directly, so I can let the other neighbors deal with that. I am concerned with the garage at the front of the house and the size of the sunroom at the front. In particular, by moving the house out to accommodate a built-in garage as opposed to a garage at the rear. We are going to be losing some parking.
Did we lose her? Ms. Duffy? Ms. Duffy? Okay, not, you can't get her back? Pardon? Okay, let's see if you can get her on the line, but in the meantime, I'm gonna move on with the other speakers, because we have quite a few. Mr. Hodges?
Me?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. I am Graham Hodges. My wife Yunchang Gao and I are the homeowners at 198 Rosedale Heights Drive, right next to 194. We have articulated our profound concerns about this application in our letter of objection. We also acknowledge the many other comments that people have made, many of which we concur in. The homes at 194 Rosedale Heights Drive and our house at 198 were built in 1927 and 1923, respectively. And for this century, residents in the two properties have shared the paved driveway. And I hope there's a photograph that we can pull out that Moore Park Residents Association shared with you. Breaking with the century-old practice and communal spirit cherished in the neighborhood, the applicant proposes to cut more than half the required minimum 2.6 meter setback to expand his dwelling over a quarter of the shared driveway. The dwelling is also proposed to increase from 2 to 3 stories and expand nearly 4 meters into the backyard. How will these variances impact us? First, with radically reduced side lot setback, the addition would severely limit our access to the shared driveway, included but not limited to snow removal and to our garage. Thank you, I can see the image now. Secondly, the increased size and proximity of the proposed dwelling would encroach towards our property, creating a potential fire hazard, blocking our view of natural light through all west-facing windows, and potentially invade our privacy. Imagine this, our bedroom windows would be about 3 meters away from the addition of this house, with 2 enormous terraces peeking right down, whether there is tree there or not. Our bedroom also serves as a home office with desks under the windows where we spend most of our daytime writing books and preparing lessons as university professors. The existing view of the gardens, very beautiful gardens and open sky, is a highlight of our enjoyment and provides endless inspiration for our work. These sizable constructions with these variances would block and darken this view with a solid wall just a few feet away. Our enjoyment would be further deprived when the enormous and imposing terraces force us to shut our windows and blinds for privacy and potentially to reduce noise. In order to maintain the character of the street walls and landscape of the neighborhood, every property contributes to the proper setback as prescribed by the bylaw. Such promoting in this application would have long-term negative impact in the neighborhood by setting an unheard-of precedent, reducing side lot setback by building on and fencing up what is now a century-old shared driveway. Now, during a Zoom call on the morning of Sunday, July 10th, a few days ago, the applicant and his architect acknowledged that fencing up half the shared driveway on the north side could make our garage inaccessible. We appreciate their adjusting the fence to the line of their proposed 1.2 meter setback right in the center of the driveway, but it does not alleviate our concern over encroaching into the space between the two houses as is prescribed by the bylaw as articulated above. And the proposed fence section remains right next to our garage wall. It seems unnecessary. It would hinder our ability to maintain the east wall of the garage. When the applicant attempted to persuade us to adjust the adjusted location of the proposed new fence along the sole side lot variance, the applicant highlighted his right to potentially fence up the entire driveway along the entire property line which is to say, the center of the shared driveway. I'd like also to respectfully call the panel's attention to a recent application at 197 Rosedale Heights Drive, right across the street, which was decided in March 2021. 197 requested a single variance of reducing the side lot setback by 1.2 meters, which is slightly less than what 94 is requesting now, and without building on a shared driveway. There were at that time 16 letters of objection, slightly more than we have here, including one from the counselor's office expressing concern over the negative impact on the next door neighbor and setting precedent to compromise the integrity of the neighborhood. That application was denied. I hope the committee would use that case as a reference to judge the current application, whose far more numerous and excessive variances would directly affect the livability of many neighboring properties, excluding especially ours at 198, and set these unusual precedents to negatively reshape the neighborhood. Thank you very much for your attention to my comments.
Mr. Hodges, you say it's a shared driveway. Do you actually have a legal easement over the driveway?
I believe so, yes. I mean, it certainly has been the case for a century. And with the previous owner, we routinely shared the snow plowing responsibilities, for example.
How wide is the driveway?
I'm not exactly sure, sir. It looks to me to be about 20 feet or so. It's a narrow driveway. I can tell you that 2 automobiles can pass each other with care.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, just hang on. Panel, do you have any questions of this witness? No. Okay, we have Laurie Duffy back. Miss Duffy? Is she there?
Press 1. To listen to your message, press 2. To erase and...
All right. Tanya Gasparini? She's what? Okay, so she's not available. Layla Mortazavi and Ramin Hassanin? Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm actually in 197 Rosedale Heights Drive, the one in reference to the conversation a second ago.
All right, we need your name for the record.
Ramin Hassanin.
Okay. All right, tell us your concerns.
Yeah, my concern was more so with I'm the owner of 197 Rosedale Heights Drive, and I was in reference to what they were talking about 2 minutes ago. Our application, we actually pulled our application from committee, and we noticed that we could satisfy the neighborhood and the design of the neighborhood within our rights rather than going through committee. We felt that in this neighborhood in particular, the setbacks, the height allowances, the GFI allowances are quite extreme. Not extreme, but quite conducive to stay within. My concern is that the applicant here is really, in my mind, and don't get this wrong, pushing the envelope as to what they're looking for. And that's where my concern is. In the houses around us, surrounding us, and what we're doing with our renovation is conducive of other houses that are in the neighborhood. And basically that's it. It's just, I feel that the variance, the request for variance of these 8 variants is a little excessive for the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Gordon Bogdan?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, panel members. Gordon Bogdan, I'm president of Moore Park Residents Association. I reside at 38 Rose Park Drive in Toronto. in Ward 11. I've the situation at 194 Rosedale Heights was brought to my attention by a couple of the neighbors, one of whom you just heard from, with regard to the variances that have been applied for. We strenuously object to 4 of the requested variances of the zoning bylaw, particularly variances 4 and 5, with respect to the proposal to include not only 1 but 2 terraces, both of which are well in excess, grossly in excess of the minimum size of 4 meters. Both are more than 4 times the requested variance of both platforms. As the panel well knows, not only is the intent of the bylaw is to specifically limit these terraces to 1, as well as to limit the area of the terrace. And a second terrace would certainly be unprecedented in Moore Park and should not be allowed. The architect referred to a terrace, double terrace at 209 Rosedale Heights, which does have a second and third floor terrace. It's on a ravine lot. And somehow this application, I could not find an application for this property on the application information website. And had we seen this application, we certainly would have also strenuously opposed its application as well. We also oppose the variance 6, the side yard setbacks, which you've heard described by the previous neighbor, including the front setback to 5.44 meters on the lot line because of the angled lot line, as was explained by Ms. Wong. There has been some resistance to the sunroom that's put in front of the home here, which also is, from our understanding in Moore Park, it's not as a common a feature to have a sunroom in the front. Most importantly, this sunroom would create some privacy issues for the neighbors immediately to the west of the property at 190 Rosedale Heights Drive, because it would interfere with their dining room windows, which are right off to the side, and bedroom windows as well. We also, the application proposes changes to variance 8, the side yard setback with respect to the driveway to the east, which you've heard fully described and you've seen used on photo there, which is certainly something that is completely disregards the long time shared access of the driveway, and most importantly makes it extremely challenging to move a vehicle park a vehicle at the rear of the home, and particularly in the winter months going forward. We submit that none of these variances requested are minor, and nor are they desirable or appropriate, and they do not meet the general intent of the zoning bylaw. Particularly the 2 terraces at the rear of the home are massively excessive and a gross violation of the bylaws. And overall, does it meet the general intent and purpose of the official plan? And we firmly believe that this house would highly impact the streetscape and significantly intrude on the privacy of neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, panel? Mr. Hode?
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, good. Mr. Chairman and committee members, when you are further down the list, you start to sound like a broken record. So I'm going to keep this short and sweet.
Right. Mr. Hode, can we have your name and address for the record?
Yes, David Hode, 202 Rosedale Heights Drive.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Myself and my wife sent a letter to the committee on July the 4th outlining our concerns, most of which have already been stated by the previous speakers. So as I said, I'm not going to rehash, everything in terms of the objections are there in the letter. But what I would like to reiterate, again, in terms of the variances that are being applied for, when you ask the question, are these minor, as we see in terms of the amount that is being requested in terms of the variances, one would have to say they are not minor. These are major variances that, again, are not in keeping with the whole spirit and intent of the official plan for this neighborhood. As one of my neighbors wrote in his submission, they purchased in this neighborhood because of the character and the retained architectural, value that they saw coming from an area north, Lawrence Park, for example, that over the years has just changed totally in terms of its character by allowing, what I'll call monster homes to be built. And again, the architectural integrity of the neighborhood has changed totally. That's something we would not want to see happen in this neighborhood. And again, in keeping with the intent of the zoning bylaws and the official plan, my objection is that this proposal will definitely erode the architectural integrity of the neighborhood, and something that, again, we wouldn't really want to see. So I put it to the committee members, ask you to really consider, what we're saying in terms of our objections, and let common sense prevail and reject this proposal. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, panel? Okay. Valerie Spreet.
Valerie Spreet, can you hear us? You're unmuted.
Is she there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. We need your name.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
She can't hear us. Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Okay, do we have her or not? Something keeps flashing up in the corner. It says something about her, I think. Okay, let's, so you can't get in touch with her? Who? Okay, let's hear from her. Maybe.
Hi, I'm back. Don't know what happened, but I have been able to listen in to what David Hode had said and Ramin has said, and I don't think I can add anything more to it. I look at the house, so as I mentioned earlier, I was concerned about the garage protruding from the front, the effect on the driveway, all of those matters that have been addressed by others, but I think David is particularly correct in his concern about the overall fear of change to the architectural nature of the Moore Park houses. So I don't have anything further to add.
All right, thank you. All right, can we get Valerie Spreet? Okay, can we get Thomas Bauer in the meantime?
We're here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
And I don't know if the camera's on or not, but my name is Thomas Bauer. I reside at 21 Hudson Drive.
Yes.
If you look at the picture of the map, Hudson Drive is to the west, runs north-south of Rosedale Heights.
Hello?
Just to give you a sense of where our property lies, the south.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. The southeast corner of our property is about 12 feet from the northwest corner of the applicant's property. So we effectively are just to the left of the top of the property on that diagram there. So our backyard and our house overlook both the backyard and the applicant's house. We object to the application. I think that the two aspects I wanted to touch on briefly are the FSI request and then the back portion of the house, which is really variances 2, 3, 4, and 5 together, which are the decks, the flat roof combined. Briefly, again, I don't need to remind you, Section 45 of the Planning Act imposes certain conditions before a variance can be approved. One is it must be minor, and the second is it must be desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land, building, or structure. This latter determination requires a weighing of the interests not only of the applicant, but those of the applicant's neighbors. And I would submit that in a situation where the application is opposed by as many people as this one is, there has to be significant weight attributed to those concerns raised by the neighbors. The other thing that I would just note is that, again, the plan policy chapter 4 notes that zoning bylaws will contain numerical site standards to ensure that new development will be compatible with the physical character of established residential neighborhoods. And I think that is important given how significant some of the overages and excesses that are being requested here are. Let me start with FSI. The standard FSI in this area is 0.6. It's not 0.69. 0.69 is only if you keep the existing facade on an old building. For some reason, though, that has become sort of the notion if we keep everything or we destroy everything but keep the front facade, then we can build along the sideline and get an automatic 15% bump. For some reason, that now has become the baseline. And so people are saying, well, I need to go to 0.81 because I can't, I'm only a bit above 0.69. You're actually well above the 0.60. And I think the point was made by an earlier person, a speaker, that you can, on a lot this size, do a lot within the 0.69. To my knowledge, and we just went through this with our neighbors, on this exact lot and onto which, or so the block on which this property faces, there has only been one variance approval for an FSI in excess of 0.69 in the last 10 years, to my knowledge. And that was 0.74. That was our neighbors, and that was done by consent. The only other one that I know of on Hudson Drive above 0.69, again, was by consent. I think it's a fallacy to rely on saying, well, listen, somebody got 1.22 on Jean Street in Rosedale, and God knows what circumstances, and so I should get that. I think that leads us into FSI inflation, and you may as well throw out the bylaws, and you may as well throw out the committee, because every time someone gets to a higher number, then that becomes the new baseline, and I can go 10% above it. Part of the reason that the FSI is so large, I think, is this third floor addition. So let me just speak to that. In particular, the concern is the nature of the addition. And I note that the architect does a side profile of the existing house, the new one, but not a back profile. Because from the back, it's going to be significantly more of a change, is perhaps even from the side. There are no 3-story flat roof buildings in the contingent block here, and to my knowledge, in any of the other blocks, save and except perhaps the one that was mentioned at 209 Rosedale Heights, which is mentioned, overlooks a ravine. This property, on the other hand, overlooks at least 15, 20 immediate backyards. It is going to be highly visible, and it's going to be overlooking a lot of properties, including ours, and a lot of homes, including ours. It will basically put us into a fishbowl, especially with the 3rd-story addition like the one proposed and the large deck. Why they need a party deck on the 3rd floor in a neighborhood like this is beyond me. If you want a Manhattan party deck, move to Manhattan. That is not what Moore Park is. Let me just talk about the character of the neighborhoods. Again, chapter 4 says that any changes should be in keeping with the overall physical character of the neighborhood. I submit that includes not just the streetscape, but also in a neighborhood like this, with its 100-year-old trees and foliage, the backyardscape. Most of us live in our backyards, not our front yards. That is really where we spend our time. That's our respite from the world, from the stresses of things like COVID and whatnot. It's where we have our privacy. That's why we moved to this neighborhood. We are now all of a sudden going to be overlooked by an observation platform. 2 observation platforms, in fact. Totally unnecessary. None of the homes in this contiguous block, and to my knowledge, again, in the neighborhood, have a flat roof. All of them have got some sort of softening element in terms of sloped roofs or small punch outs, but no big boxes. That is the significant departure from the character of the neighborhood. That is what is leading to the large FSI. Together, they represent a dramatic departure from the character of these century-old homes here. And I think for that reason, they really should be rejected. This needs to go back to the drawing board. I don't think this is a question of tinkering. I think it's a question of simply saying it doesn't meet the requirements of the plan. And I think for that reason, I would strongly urge the committee to reject the application.
Thank you, sir. All right, do we have Ms. Sprague? Pardon? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes?
can.
All right, thank you. Valerie Spreet, I live at 190 Rosedale Heights Drive. I'm the property to the west of 194 Rosedale Heights Drive. I think many of our concerns have been already addressed and raised, and we support the concerns as raised by other participants today. There are a number that are in particular very concerning to us. The first and foremost would be the platforms in their height and in their totality, which is significantly larger than what the bylaws allow for. And while we have had a conversation with the homeowner and the architect about putting up, some kind of shrubbery to limit that, that is not sufficient for us because they are outdoor decks raised above the level of our own house and therefore looking down and into our property and that of our neighbors. So that is our first significant objection. The second one is the front sunroom. That is all window-based, is greater than the setback required and is alongside of our dining room window with a completely windowed addition. Of course, there is much probability of privacy. And then the third thing I would just say is that the overall size, height, flat roof, and density of this property in comparison to the rest of the neighborhood, in comparison to our own house, and in comparison to the heights is a significant concern for us in terms of how it fits. Those would be our most significant objections, in addition to just the impact on the neighborhood and our neighbors, as cited today already. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fong?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Hi. Hi. Okay, so we have spoken to almost all of those who had letters of objection. I couldn't get a hold of one person, but otherwise have had kind of conversations with everyone. I don't know if it's possible to pull up the latest site plan that was submitted. I believe it was Monday evening, just so I can reference that. It was probably in the late material. But just to maybe talk to some of the main points, one, which is the side yard setback. You know, we do recognize that we are going beyond the site-specific bylaw. You know, this site has a specific bylaw of that side yard setback of the existing condition, but we are aligning ourselves to the side yard setback of the zoning bylaw, the general zoning bylaw for all residential neighborhoods in the city of Toronto. So in that way, we are aligning ourselves with the 1.2 meter setback that the city sort of puts on all properties of this size. With regards to the terraces, yes, we are asking for the platforms, and I do want to note that there are the property is actually lined with some very, very tall trees around, and you can see the major ones which are indicated between the subject site and 190. And so overlook between those two properties are actually limited as it exists right now. And in the latest site plan, I don't know if that can be pulled up, but we have indicated planters buffering all the terraces on both sides, so both along the east and west walls of the terraces, as well as along the, I guess, north edge of the terraces. That is to mitigate overlook, so you a person can't actually stand to the edge of that terrace, but there's going to be a planter there to buffer that, as well. You know, as much as all the neighbors want privacy, I think the homeowner also wants privacy so that people aren't staring in. So it is going to be heavily landscaped on all the terraces to avoid that overlook. Same thing with the sunroom. There is oh, thank you so much. So there is an existing large hedge actually that lines the existing property line to 190, and we would be maintaining that or replacing it to maintain sort of visual privacy between there. And just to speak to, I guess, the FSI as well that Mr. Bauer brought up, we're asking for 0.81, and as noted before, you know, within when we pulled the existing C of A approvals for this area of a 500-meter radius, which is the smaller radius that we're allowed to pull, we have over 10 applications that have had FSI approvals of 0.81 and much greater. A lot of them fall into the high 8s and into the 9s, and there was one sort of outlier at 1.2. So I feel like, yes, we're asking for more square footage. I appreciate that, but at the same time, I think it falls within what has been asked in the last little bit and what has been approved. I know there's a lot. I'm trying to be succinct with what I talk about specifically. Is there anything that I can talk to the committee about specifically that they might have questions to?
Yes, I was interested in you allegedly encroaching on the shared driveway.
Right. Yes. Okay. So it's not a shared driveway. It's private property. So yes, there has been, I guess, a history of the current owner and the previous owner of sharing snow plow removal, and it's, you know, paved consistently. So it does appear to be a singular driveway, but everything we're talking about is on private land. There's no right-of-way, there's no easement between these two properties. What we are suggesting is actually pulling the fence line that attaches to their garage back 4 feet so that they have, in totality, at the minimum, 3.77 meters between the side wall of our home to their home. A standard City of Toronto driveway is 2.6 meters. So we are giving them over, you know, a meter, 1.1 meters in extra width to access their garage. And the homeowner, our homeowner is happy to do this. But there is no legal easement between the two properties.
Panel, do you have any questions? Okay. Ms. Fong, do you have anything further to say before we go into committee?
I don't think so. I think I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, one other question I might have. A couple
Sure.
of people mentioned that the architecture doesn't fit in the area.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's possible to pull up the render next to the existing home photo. That might be, I don't know if that's possible. But in terms of so that's the existing home, and that's the proposed design. So in terms of like the architectural style or integrity of the home, I thought, we kept it in line. We're not doing a modern box. We're from the style, it's going to be sort of a more traditional home that fits into the neighborhood. I mean, I might be biased, but I don't think it's not contextual. So yeah, I mean, it's going to maintain a pitched roof. Thank you so much. Pitched roof with the sort of front pop out, like that is essentially going to stay the same. I think the difference is that it's 1 meter wider. Thank you so much. Just even in the way we kept the curved door at the front and the pitched gable. Thank you.
Okay, all right, Yim?
Yeah, that's a quick follow-up question. The same question. What's the material, the white material? Is it stucco or?
So the current house is stucco. We're contemplating a brick, a masonry facade to fit in better with the neighborhood. Now, that becomes a bit of a budget question with pricing, like COVID construction pricing right now. But that's what we're sort of contemplating. It's not, the render is just a sort of massing render, so it's not necessarily a white home like this. Yeah.
So it might be red brick?
Yeah, potentially if budget allows, for sure. Yeah. Or a stone, yeah. Of some sort, a masonry, basically.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, panel, do you have any further questions? Okay, any comments? Yes, Nimrod?
Yeah, I'm concerned that this is an overdevelopment of the property. I have concerns with, especially at the rear of the proposed building, 3 stories, 2 very large terraces, one on the second, one on the 3rd floor, which would create, I believe, privacy and overlook issues for many houses surrounding the rear of this property. I also have concerns with the side yard setback and the impact that it has on the next door neighbor. And I think the reason this location has a site-specific bylaw reflects the existing nature of the side-by-side driveways with the rear garages located in the rear yard. And I don't think you can all of a sudden reduce that side yard setback and not impact the adjacent neighbor. So I have concerns. I'm not able to support this application.
Any other comments? Yim?
Yeah, I just want to comment on this sort of side yard setback. I do, although it's a site specific, it's got a bigger setback, but given the context, now is paved area anyway. Even by reducing it, the driveway is still measured like 3.7 meter, which is like bigger than a standard driveway is 3.5 for most of the driveway or one-way street. So I'm not too concerned with that. And also, I think I was a little bit concerned about the privacy of the terraces, but when I look at the aerial view of the site, it's actually very big, a row of very mature trees, and also the proposal. They also were introducing privacy screening or planting on both of the terraces. I think I can still support this application. I'm in a different opinion.
Peter?
Thanks. I think this has been a sensitively designed proposal. I think the facade and the street view definitely has gone to, there's been effort put into that to fit into the character, I think, and obviously there's a more dramatic change in the rear. But I think the massing that's being done in the rear has been stepped in a way in very geometry to kind of break up its mass and make the impact on the neighbors less. I also think that the lotting pattern of this street, in the fact that it's on a curve and the houses are staggered like sawtooth, does actually help lessen the impact of what's happening here because of where these additions meet the adjacent houses. It's not necessarily right against, it's more distanced from the actual living areas. So I think this represents a sort of evolution of the area, and I support it. I think the variances are minor.
Yes, Aaron?
I agree with Peter. The numbers aren't that much off from the zoning bylaws allowed, and the design has been scaling down at the back, and the front is quite similar to the original building, except the front sunroom, the semicircle one, which enhances a feature which I don't think it creates any zoning issues anyway. So I can support this application. I think it's not. I mean, it's a pretty large development, but it's been designed into a way that it actually fits into the lot, and I think it's been very well calculated.
I agree with the last three speakers. I don't think this is overbuilding. I don't see anything. The floor space index is not a large increase. The platforms are well set within treed areas and with privacy screening. I don't think there'll be much overlook or anything else. With all due respect to Ms. Fong, I think the one error she made was to make the mock-up white, because it stands out and it really looks different than the existing houses. If it had been what they intend to, with the material that they intend to use, or at least a duller color, I don't think there would be as many objections.
I was going to say, if she rendered the views in blue, it might look closer to the original one.
Yeah,
than it looks.
Yeah, I think so. So, I mean, that I think elicited some negative comments because I think people were shocked. It's stands out a little too much as a result of the white color. I don't see the driveway it's private property. And even if it's an easement, even if there's an easement, you can build on an easement so long as you don't interfere with the purpose for which the easement was given. And when you have 3.7 meters for the driveway, then there's lots of room for the neighbors to get from the front of their property to their garage. So, and it isn't an easement in any event. So I don't think that's a problem, and it's something that the neighbors, the opponents, made a great deal of. So I can certainly support this application. So let's have a motion. Yin, do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I like to make a motion, but also I like to tie it to the floor plans because it shows that the privacy planting on both of the terraces and the location of the planting.
Yes.
So I like to move for approval with forestry condition number 2 and also tie to the floor plans. Yeah.
Okay, is that your motion, or did you have something further to add?
No, that's my motion. Yeah.
Okay, second.
Oh, my motion. No, my motion. Did you hear me? Sorry, My motion is to approve the forestry condition number 2 and also tie to the 4 plans.
Yeah. Okay. We have a seconder. Peter, thank you. All in favor of the motion? Okay. You're opposed, Nimrod? Okay, 4-1. You have your approval. Thank you. Number 26, 120 Lynn Williams Street. Purpose of this application is to convert the existing commercial space, Unit 2, located on a portion of the ground level of the building into a restaurant. There will be a total of 5 restaurant takeout restaurant units, 2 commercial units, and 1 office unit within this building. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant.
Hello.
Kara
Everybody
Green?
see me?
Yeah.
Yes. Hi. Good afternoon, Chair and Council members. My name is Kara Green. I'm a development manager with First Capital. So First Capital is the owner of the subject property, and my address is 85 Hannah Avenue, Suite 400, and the postal code is M5K3S3. So at this time, I'm happy to walk you through a quick presentation that I had prepared, or we can go straight to questions. Up to you.
Okay. Just give us a very brief thing. What are you doing here? What's there now, and how are these restaurants going to work?
Yeah, if you could just wouldn't mind pulling up the presentation I had sent previously, I can just give a very quick overview. Okay. You can scroll through a couple pages here. Go to the next page. So as you can see, the property is existing. It's a 2-story commercial, and there's 8 leasable units. So 2 of these units are presently vacant, and 1 of which is subject to this application. Next slide, please. So along this elevation here, towards the back, the unit in question was formerly the nutrition house, and it's currently vacant and underutilized, but we've had interest from several different restaurant tenants, and that's the reason for the application today. Skip ahead 1 more page. So from a policy perspective, the site is designated mixed-use areas under the official plan. It does permit a broad range of commercial uses and residential uses. Next slide. The property also falls within the Garrison Common North Secondary Plan, which in part was adopted to guide the redevelopment of the formal industrial English lands, now known as Liberty Village, into the new mixed-use community. And will also note here that the secondary plan contemplates land use flexibility with a particular focus on street level spaces in order to facilitate changes in market demand. Skip ahead 1 more page for me. So currently the property is zoned industrial 3 under bylaw 43886 as amended by the area specific bylaw 566/2000. And this zoning reflects the former industrial character of this area. It permits a range of industrial and commercial uses. The restaurants are permitted, but a use qualification restricts the number of restaurants within a building to just 1 with a maximum of 475 square meters. And the area-specific bylaw 566/2000 implements the Garrison Common North Secondary Plan, dividing up the former English lands into the redevelopment block, permitting mixed-use residential buildings. But the underlying use qualification here restricts the number and size of restaurants, and that's remained in force. So this is a well-known issue in Liberty Village. The committee has approved several variance applications over a number of years, and 2 of which have applied to this property, or 3 rather. So the most recently approved was an application which was actually approved in March of 2022, and that now permits a total of 4 restaurants, which total 1,193 square meters. You can just skip ahead to 1 more page here. So that takes us to the proposal today. So this application seeks to allow a restaurant use to occupy the vacant unit 2. So it's highlighted there, and that's what I was referring to as that former nutrition house. The single variance request is really relief from the zoning to now permit 5 restaurants instead of 4, and it has a larger combined area, which is just over 1,252 square meters. So effectively, we're only asking that we add an additional 59 square meters of existing GFA to be allocated to a restaurant use compared to the previous proposal. So just in closing, in my opinion, that this requested variance will result in a desirable larger at-grade restaurant use that will positively contribute to the area. I think the suggested condition language proposed does reflect what was previously in the approved minor variance this past March. And we're currently aware of any objections to our application within the community. I think for all these reasons I cited, it's my opinion that the requested variance satisfies the 4 tests. And I would respectfully request that the committee approve the variance before you. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, panel? Okay, any comments? Anybody have a motion? Yes, Nimrod.
I think that the variance is minor in nature. It's just adding 1 additional restaurant and some 59 or so square meters of space. So I would move approval with no conditions.
We have a seconder. Aaron? Okay, thank you. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 2742 Garnett Avenue. And the purpose of this application is to construct a 2-story ancillary building containing a 2-car garage on the ground level and a laneway suite on the 2nd level in the rear yard abutting the laneway. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and opposition from 40 and 44 Garnett. Okay. Jim Kotsopoulos.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Jim Kotsopoulos, 27 Field Flower Crescent, Richmond Hill, on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, so we have some opposition, so you better give us a brief presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you said, the application before you currently asks for 2 variances in order to facilitate the rear laneway unit. In this instance, Mr. Chair, the first of these 2 variances would be a slight exceedance on the southerly wall on the 45-degree angular plane. However, Mr. Chair, just a note on this one, if you were to take the measurement from the main wall of the primary unit, there will not be an issue. However, the measurement it has to be taken according to city staff from the, it's a small addition along the rear wall for a washroom. So that's why there is a slight exceedance on the, yes, right there, exactly. The second set of variances, Mr. Chair, would be along the east and the west side lot lines in terms of there will not be any setbacks provided. In this case, Mr. Chair, the applicant back in March of this year started off with about 8 variances to facilitate this. And through some diligent discussions with city staff, he was able to reduce those 8 to the 2 before you. So there was an elimination of about 6 variances. Also, Mr. Chair, in terms of the setbacks, what you have here is a replication of what was there before and also what is there today in terms of 80 to 90% of the existing properties located on either side of the laneway between Miles Place to the west and Willowdale Lane to the east, and that those existing detached garages, again, the majority of them would also go from lot line to lot line. So in terms of massing, Mr. Chair, this proposal will replicate that type of streetscape perspective. And also, Mr. Chair, we also have a benefit in this area in that we do not have the confirmation of what if it's a secondary unit, but if you go to the end of this laneway at Miles Place, which is number 58 Garnett Avenue, which is about 7 properties to the west, there is already a secondary suite, thank you, that would be actually probably bigger in massing and height. So there is a bit of an example, Mr. Chair, in terms of that type of use already in existence along this stretch of the laneway. This use, this proposed use, Mr. Chair, as everybody's aware of, will address a very much needed housing form for the city of Toronto in terms of an affordable unit. And also, Mr. Chair, within the last 3-4 years, within the central core of the city, there have been hundreds of applications for rear laneways. So this is not a unique scenario, sir. And for those reasons, Mr. Chair, we are of the opinion that this application in front of you has merit for approvals. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions, panel? Okay, Jeff Conlon and Lynette Bacon. Were they? No? Okay. Pardon? Oh, you couldn't. Okay. There's no opposition. All right, so Mr. Kotsopoulos, I don't have to come back to you. Panel, do you have any questions? Do we have a motion? Yes, Peter.
Thanks, Chair. I think that the application as it stands is defensible. I appreciate the fact that work has gone in to reduce significantly the number of variances. And I believe that I think that the applicant has made a good case for the side yard setback. The prevailing pattern is none. And the staggered nature of the main house versus the staggered nature of the Laneway Suite, I think, does reflect the spirit of that bylaw. So I would move to approve the application with no conditions.
Do we have a seconder? Aaron, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Item number 28, 50 Methuen Avenue. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a new rear 2-story addition. With this application, you have material submitted by the applicant, support from 9 form letters from properties on Methuen and Raymond Avenue, and another letter in support from Methuen. Mr. Smith?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is David Smith. Address is 401 Craven Road, Toronto, Ontario. I'm here to represent the homeowners at 50 Methuen. I think this is a very straightforward application. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee has.
All right. Committee, do you have any questions? All right. Do we have comments or a motion? Yes, Nimrod?
I think what's being proposed is appropriate. The FSI is already at 0.55, and so there's just a small increase that's being proposed. I believe the variances are minor, and I would move approval with no conditions.
All right, you second that, Jim? Okay, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 29. 44 Northbrook Road. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 1-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete 2nd-story addition, a rear 2-story addition, front and side porches, and a rear ground floor deck, also to permit a front yard parking pad. With this application, you have material submitted by the applicant, a report from urban forestry and correspondence in concern or interest from 42 Northbrook Road. Mr. Gain.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I am Trevor Gain, applicant and agent here on behalf of the owners.
Right. Okay, there's no opposition, so your application seems relatively straightforward. Do you have anything to say before we take it into committee?
No, I think it's a fairly straightforward application, very in keeping with what's happening in the general trend of any sort of development, new house or renovations, additions all over this section of East York, and we think everything is minor and we seek your approval.
Okay, thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? Comments? Do you have a motion? Yes, Yim?
Yes, I do agree that the development as it's inconsistent with what's happening in the whole neighborhood. And I do not think this will create any negative impact. I just move for approval with forestry condition 2. Yeah.
Right. Okay, do we have a seconder? Aaron? You second that, Aaron? Okay, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 30, 32 Glen, Cedar Road. The purpose of this application is to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling with a rear ground level deck and a rear basement walkout. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant, reports from urban forestry, transportation services, and a couple from transportation services, and 5 form letters in support. Mr. Galbraith.
Hello again.
Hello.
Sean Galbraith, planner here on behalf of the application, 18 King Street East, Suite 1400.
Okay, let's see. No opposition. Okay, so do you have anything to say to the panel before we go into committee?
No, we're aware of transportation's comments, and we're okay with a condition that the boulevard be restored as a condition of the no parking variance.
Okay. All right, panel. Yes, Nimrod?
Yeah, I had a question then about the 2 parking spaces on the corner side. Are they going to remain, or what will happen to those?
So those are going to be subject to future discussions with the city. The variance is to remove a requirement for parking on the property. And if the owners are unable to get a boulevard permit, then those spaces will go away. And that's one of the conditions that transportation has asked for. Those are existing spaces that have been there for decades, it's my understanding. You're welcome.
Okay. Any further questions? Comments? Do we have a motion? Yes, Nimrod?
I think that the variances are minor in nature, and I would move approval of the variances subject to transportation services condition and urban forestry number 2.
All right. Do we have a seconder? Yes, Yim. All in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Number 31. Okay. Just a minute. 3190 Garden Avenue. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing 1st and 2nd story additions, a front basement walkout, and a rear ground floor deck. Also to construct a 2nd story addition above the existing detached garage abutting the laneway in order to establish a laneway suite. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, a report from Urban Forestry, and correspondence in opposition from 2 properties on Fern Avenue. Sean Tusi.
Hi, my name is Mercedes Arbab. I'm here on behalf of Sean Tusi, who could not attend the meeting.
Okay.
My address is 8 Westmount Park Road, Toronto, M9P1R5.
Okay, we need a presentation because we have opposition.
Okay. So all the 8 variances are existing conditions, but because we are modifying them, we need a relief from the Committee of Adjustment. The neighbors, the opposition from the neighbors are from the back of the property. One is 7 houses to the east, and the other one is 5 houses to the east side of the property. And they are, one of them concerning for the access to the laneway. If you read the letter, they have concern about damaging the laneway road, and the other one are concerning about the window of the bedrooms of the Laneway Suite. The application is to basically the FSI is lower than the existing, slightly, because we removed part of the existing structure from the main floor. Most of the footprint is the same. The height is the same of the main house, and we have some modification for the Laneway Suite as well. The footprint of the Laneway Suite gonna stay the same. The height is the same if you look at on page 18 of the slope of the drawings. Yes, you see only the side, the east side of the roof gonna be modified to address a little bit extension at the second floor of the Laneway Suite. So the height gonna stay the same. The look from the neighbors from the back won't change much. If you want, I can go through all the items one by one, or I'm happy to answer any question you have.
I think it would be useful. You have a little bit of time, so if you could quickly go through the variances.
Okay, so the variance number 1 is existing front yard setback, which if you look at the survey is the same. We are just adjusting the platform of the access to the house, which is not enough based on the code. So that's why we had to revise it a little bit. It's the same as the survey. Number 2, I already explained for the height of the ancillary building. Number 3 is the length of the Laneway Suite, which is the existing condition. We are just adding to the side of it. That's why it created a variance. Number 4 is the existing condition. If you look at page 801, we are not adding anything to the footprint and the footprint of the Laneway Suite, the existing Laneway Suite. And then again, number 5 is the existing setback from the Laneway Suite at the back. We are not touching any of that. So 87 centimeters is the existing condition. And number 6 again is similar to the number 1. We are modifying the front platform. Number 7 is the pedestrian stair access to the platform, because we are modifying the platform to have almost 3 feet of the platform. We had to add 1 more stair to access to the house. If you look at it, the lot is elevated. There are few steps from the sidewalk accessing to the lot already. And number 8 is the FSI, which The existing FSI is a little bit more than 75%, and we are requesting a 75% FSI for the main house.
Okay, thank you. Ann Karpinski.
No?
Yes. Hello.
Excuse me, I think you have connected through two devices. Please turn on one of them.
Hello.
I am here.
Okay, could you speak up a little?
Okay, yes, I don't know where the microphone is. So my name is Ann Karpinchik, and I am at 109 Methuen Avenue.
Okay, can you tell us what your concerns are?
Yes, I did submit a detailed.
You're still getting an echo. So can you turn off? Do you have two devices on?
No, I just have the home computer. You want to come back to me and I'll go on headphones and maybe that will rectify it because I'm on speaker.
Yes.
Apologies, it's a new. Hi, does that help?
Yeah, speak up, please.
Okay, sorry, I'm using a friend's new computer here. So I'm just going to read a short blurb because everything is in my document, but I've been here for 32 years, and I know that the city wants to have more rental options, which is great, laneway homes. I also think that the city is also interested in taxes. The city has a tree protection program in place, and I'm wondering if maybe there needs to be a laneway or road assessment added before any construction starts. Specifically, Toronto says it's a world-class city, and if so, maybe they need to look at how other larger cities do their construction in tight places. I will say that I did get yesterday an email from the architect saying they will pass along my concerns to the homeowner and contractor. And I just wanted to say that I think that the acknowledgement is great, but I would love to see more action needed because I want to know how is the city, the contractor, the homeowner going to ensure that no damage occurs to my and my neighbors' properties by the trade and construction vehicles when they need to access the laneway to do this construction work. And it's been an ongoing issue, hence my detailed report, but I would like to express those concerns, have them noted, and see how everyone will address them. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Vanessa Storoniak and Elizabeth Kovacek.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, everyone. I am a co-owner of 105 Fern Avenue.
What's your name?
Vanessa Storoniak.
Okay. Go ahead.
I have two main concerns. First of all, we are objecting to any variances that exceed the size of current zoning bylaws. With size comes larger windows, and while 90 Garnett Avenue doesn't directly affect us, what actually has affected us is a very large build almost indirectly right behind us. And with that large build has come it's a laneway building, ancillary building that is somewhat similar to what is being proposed here. I know that there is one currently there that is livable. However, I still don't understand why it needs to be any bigger than it already is. And as I was about to say, is that with larger footprints come larger windows, and that has directly impacted our sense of privacy back here. And what we are looking to do is not set precedent for any future ancillary buildings with this size, especially if they're oversized and with these large windows. We have a direct line of sight right into our backyard, into our bedroom, into our bathroom. And I mean, that has definitely impacted our sense of living standards. And I mean, we bought this house with the notion that we had a very large degree of privacy, and that is being quickly eroded by these ancillary buildings and large windows. Excuse me. The second thing has to do with the impact on the environment and the trees that align the west property line. There are, as I said, 3 of them, and it looks as if the larger footprint of the proposed second story and the wider roof line will affect the canopy of these 3 trees. One of the trees has a medium size, and they're all very mature, I guess medium mature trees that are quite beautiful. And there's one with 2 medium-sized trunks. One of them veers, I would say, about 5 to 7 feet. I visited the site this morning, into the property, and I don't see how that's not going to be impacted. And so with privacy in mind, and of course with the environment in mind, not only does it control temperature, it also has provided some sense of a green screen or a green curtain, at least in the summer times, and it also helps protect from sound. So something that we're noticing already with just one build directly right behind us, or almost right behind us, is sound is traveling like crazy. And like I said, our sense of enjoyment in our backyard, our sense of quality of living has been already decreased. And, you know, in the future, we're really looking to protect whatever we can here. I know that privacy is a luxury in this city. At the same time, though, it is no less a right to me, especially being women. If I can't think of my home as a refuge, then I don't know what is. And I am doing whatever I can to make sure that I protect that moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, I think at one point you said that something had a direct view of through your windows. Are you talking about the existing Laneway Suite, or are you talking about this application?
So there is a Laneway Suite that was almost directly built behind us. That has a very large window that peers directly into our spaces I mentioned. Yeah. Now, I understand by the drawings on this particular house, 90 Garden Avenue, the windows aren't going to be as large. And I understand that there are 2 current ones there, but they will be larger. And so will the footprint, and so will the widening of the roof line.
They don't look directly into your property.
Correct. They do not look directly into our property, but what I'm doing here is my best to not set precedent for future builds that will have these large windows. And if I can say anything right now to help my neighbors who, for whatever reason, are not objecting to the lack of privacy that they will experiencing, then that's what I would like to do here.
All right, thank you. All right, Graham and Amanda Drinkwater.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, it can.
Perfect. All right. So hello to the committee members conducting this review today. Just to confirm my name and address, my name is Graham Drinkwalter, and my wife Amanda and I are the owners of 97 Fern Avenue.
Okay, Mr. Drinkwater, I just want to tell you that if you're both going to speak, and I'll allow you both to speak, but you only got 5 minutes between you.
No, it'll just be me. I'll be speaking on both of our behalves.
Thank you.
So we at 97 Fern Avenue share a laneway with this proposed large development at 90 Garden Avenue. The sheer number and the extent of the variances in this plan are concerning to us. We recognize that laneway houses and renovations are about using space in an efficient way, yet also in a way that's respectful of neighbors. With our small urban properties, any variance related to proximity to property lines and building size and height sets a dangerous precedent as more property owners decide to maximize the usable space on their respective properties. In particular, variances 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are concerning to us. Regarding variance 2, as the proposed laneway suite exceeds the height requirement by 1.66 meters, a substantial margin, the already looming structure contains a presumably unapproved laneway suite, and that is far too large for the small laneway as it exists today. It creates visual barriers and privacy concerns for neighboring lots, including ours. The window concerns that Vanessa brought up previously does impact our property directly, as we are almost directly behind the applicant's lot. Regarding variance 4, exceeding the permitted width for a laneway suite will crowd the already narrow neighboring properties and again set a precedent for future laneway development. Both of these variances, 2 and 4, will additionally have a significant impact on the most northwestern tree in the diagram. This is the tree closest to the laneway. This mature tree stands on the neighboring property. However, 1/2 to 3/4 of the canopy stretches over the property on 90 Garden. The existing shed next to this tree is lower than the existing garage. And by shed, I'm referring to the extension out the side of the garage, which by the applicant was referred to as being part of the existing structure, although it on the surface does not appear to be such. It appears to be a sort of an add-on shed. Increasing the height of this shed to 7.96 meters and widening the entire building to 8.46 meters will eliminate 1/2 to 3/4 of the canopy of this mature tree. In an age of climate change, variances that significantly reduce the canopy provided by mature trees in our city should not be permitted. Regarding variance 5, the laneway suite does not meet the setback requirements from the lane at less than 1 meter from the lot line. On an already narrow laneway, this variance is unacceptable and sets a very dangerous precedent as laneway houses become the norm. Our laneway is already narrow enough that in order to drive into our garage, we need to drive across part of the setback area, which this variance is requesting to reduce. Our request is simply to follow the existing bylaws. Regarding variances 1, 6, and 7, there is significant encroachment of the main building, 2.4 meters from the west lot line, 2.09 meters beyond what is zoned. On top of that encroachment, the front porch will encroach 3.29 meters into the front yard setback, with the stairs being located 0 meters from the lot line. This precedent-setting variance should not be permitted due to the impact on our already crowded streetscapes in urban neighborhoods. Regarding variance 8, these proposed altered buildings will have a floor space index larger than permitted by 0.15 times the area of the lot, much of which will be accounted for by building almost right up to the edges of the property on all sides. See concerns, referring to the concerns regarding the above variances 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7. In combination, these individual variances, all encroaching on the borders of the property, created a total impact that's even greater than the individual variances each taken alone. In conclusion, we recognize that laneway houses are fast becoming an important addition to the Toronto property landscape. But if this is truly to become a sustainable tool to manage affordability and quality of life in the city, these houses must adhere to the bylaws put in place to protect neighboring properties, including our own, and our tree canopy, avoid crowded streetscapes, and facilitate efficient laneway usage. Setting precedent with this project that completely disregards the existing bylaws on so many levels is a short-term decision that will disrupt the balance of our shared space and small properties, and will likely affect the long-term sustainability of the laneway house model and what it's meant to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Yim?
Oh, yes, just a quick question, because I would like to add, yes, keep that drawing up. Yeah, I just want to understand what is exactly existing. Is the laneway street already built? Is it already a 2-story structure, or whether it is only a garage is 1 story? Either the applicant or the previous
I mean, as a neighbor, I can answer that, but you know, I certainly think that question is probably more directed to the applicant. But it does appear from the laneway side as though there is an existing suite above the laneway house. It's been there for years and years and years since we moved into the neighborhood back in 2013. But I can only imagine it's not an approved structure in that sense.
So it is a 2-story.
It's a garage with a suite. It is a garage with a suite above.
Okay.
Now, that being said, so the plans do indicate a widening of the total structure, given that today there is sort of an angled shed that's built off the side of the existing garage, and that appears to be what is being proposed to be widened, with the roof line being changed, the second story being added off to the side, exactly as we're looking here. At least as it appears from the laneway side, that shed out the side is not actually part of, I'm not actually sure whether it's part of the foundational structure, but it doesn't appear to be.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can we hear from the applicant now?
Okay. So as I explained earlier, there is already existing Laneway Suite on top of the garage, and we are just maintaining the height. So if you look at this one or page A18, you can see we are only adding a little bit of the roof at the side of the, and the height of 7.96 is the existing height. This is addressing the height issue. So the height, we are just maintaining the height. And you can see the small angle on the east side that the roof gonna be modified. And there is already 2 bedrooms on top of the garage. We are modifying the bedrooms and we are modifying the window sizes. I talked to the owner, they are okay to reduce the window size to address the concern of the neighbors at the back. But I think the neighbors that immediately at the back is 87 or 89 Methuen Avenue. And the rest of the neighbors are not directly at the back of this Laneway Suite. So the concern from the neighbor for the rear setback of the Laneway Suite, which is required 1 meter and now is 0.87, is the existing condition. If you look at, we are not changing any footprint and of the Laneway Suite. So these are all existing conditions.
All right, thank you. Yes, Nimrod?
Yeah, I guess I'm confused. Is that second floor Laneway Suite being expanded further out over top of the existing garage footprint?
Yes, slightly, yes.
Okay. And when was this existing Laneway Suite built?
I have no idea. These are the new owners. I think it has, if you look at it, it looks very old. I don't have the date it was constructed.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, any comments? Do we have a motion? Yes, Yim?
Sorry, I'm just taking okay. I have one concern is the height of the Laneway Suite. I just imagine, of course, this is so-called existing, but they're expanding it though, right? So it's still a new build in that sense. And the Laneway Suite bylaws make to limit the height, as we have many applications before, is to mitigate the impact on the neighborhood. And I have difficulty to see that this is existing and we got to, I mean, we have to approve it. But if that's the case, they should not have expanded it. And at least they have a better argument to say the whole thing is existing. So what I'm trying to say is I just do not think I can support variance number 7. No, number 2, sorry. I think it should keep to the 6.3 meter height.
Sorry, can I answer to that? The existing height is 7.96.
Are we in committee, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So if we're just discussing internally then, I also share those concerns. I think then this is just an overdevelopment of the size of the laneway suite at the rear, not just the height, but then expanding it to the complete footprint. This turns it into an extremely large second suite at the rear.
Yeah. Any other comments? Peter?
Thanks. I did have concerns about the height. That really jumped out of the laneway suite. But the fact that it is existing and the fact that it is peaked, I mean, usually the majority of the laneway suites we see are flat roofed structures, and this is peaked. And so I think the impact is lessened because of that. I do appreciate what Yim and Nimrod are saying about it is an expanded roof space essentially, an expanded GFA going in there. But I think the incremental impact of that is minimal. So I do think that the remainder of the variances being requested are minimal and as the applicant outlined, are almost entirely existing conditions. It's a big house being proposed and a big laneway suite, but I support it. I think it's defensible.
Okay, Aaron, do you have any comments?
I also find that I think we should explain back to the applicant that the bylaw allows only up to 6.3. And that's the number we're looking at. And we have to look at this application as if it is a new construction. So whatever existing can be in consideration. So with that concept, looking at it as a brand new project, I try to be a bit more sympathetic about the shape of the roof. But it is really, it just kind of, it doesn't work with the concept or the original idea of what a laneway suite is about. It's about, providing more livable space within with a long lot, given that it doesn't create negative impact to the neighbors. But I think the height is really, I think it's talking about close to 20% more than it is allowed. It is quite something. So, but for the front part, I think it is reasonable. And so I don't know if there's any way I can approve, I can propose to approve those variances related to the front house, but not the the house at the back.
So Aaron, are there some, so variance 2 you wouldn't approve? Are there other variances you wouldn't approve if you, but some that you would?
Yeah, I think the height is the issue of the of my major concern. The width, it is quite wide, but I also understand that for a lot, if you create that kind of gap, it just doesn't benefit to anyone. So that extra 0.46 meters is acceptable. So item number 4 is reasonable. I don't see any reason why we wanted to reduce that. So the roof is the biggest issue for me in terms of calling it a minor or not a minor application.
Well, I think I had concerns about the height of the laneway suite as well. So would you be prepared to make a motion approving all the variances, save for variance number 2?
Yes, I can do that. So based on the discussion of of our internal meetings, I believe that the project is appropriate for the front part of the house, but we cannot accept the height of the suite at the back. And for that reason, we will approve item 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Item number 2 will have to be rejected.
Okay, and it's subject to forestry number 1 plus a further condition with respect to 2 trees.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Yes, Nimrod. Okay, all in favor of the motion? All right, you're opposed, Peter? Oh, you want to approve the whole thing?
Yes, that's what I would prefer.
Okay, all right, so it's 4-1. Peter's opposed. He wants a more generous interpretation. Okay, you have your approval subject to variance number 2. Number 32, 124 Caledonia Road. And the purpose of this application is to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a full second-story addition, a covered front porch, a rear two-story addition with a ground floor covered patio and a second-story deck, and a rear basement walkout. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and opposition correspondence from 122 plus an anonymous letter for an opposition. Andrea Grisolia.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Andre Grisolia. I'm the applicant for the owners of 124 Caledonia Road. I reside at 8 Freemet Crescent, Toronto, Mary 6 Nancy 4W6.
All right, thank you. We have some opposition, sir, so I think you better give us a presentation.
Well, the presentation, well, one is anonymous, and they're at behind. They say they're behind the property.
But there's someone online.
Okay.
Someone wants to speak, so you have to give us a presentation.
Okay, so the presentation is this. Okay, so what we're doing is we're doing a second-story addition, of course. In order to do we wanted to get more floor space, so what we have is a cantilever on the north side in order to get more floor space. And there's also a rear deck and a main floor deck at the rear. We also created a little bit of a front porch that's encroaching on the front yard setback. As you can see, the side yards on the south are pretty minimal, but we're keeping the side on the south side, which there's opposition on 122. We're keeping in line with the existing dwelling. And that's basically what I have to say about this application right now.
Okay, any questions, panel? Yes, Nimrod?
Yeah, can you just give us some information about the second floor roof deck that you're proposing? What's the size of that? And
okay. So the roof size, you want like with the overhangs and everything?
No, I think he wants to know, and I suspect, Nimrod, that it's no bigger than 4 square meters. Otherwise, there would be a variance here for it. Is that what you're concerned about?
yeah, I didn't understand exactly what is that size of the second floor roof. It's the roof deck, I believe.
Okay, so what they're calling the second floor deck platform or the roof?
Okay, is there on the roof, is there going to be like an outdoor area on the roof?
They want to have access to it.
To do what?
Apparently there's one that they've said that there's on 167 Caledonia. I mean, that's what they want to propose there. So that's why there's an access from the second floor going to this roof.
Okay, so it's to be a recreational roof area then for recreational purposes. That's why I'm trying to understand what is that overall floor area then for that roof? Is it the whole roof? Is it only a small?
I'm going to give it to you from the inside of the parapet, if that's what you want, or do you want the whole roof?
No, he wants to know the outside area designated as a deck. What is the?
Okay,
how
that's
many
fine.
square meters is it?
It's 88.9 square meters.
How many?
88.9.
88.9 square meters?
It's 950 square feet. So 88.9.
That doesn't sound right.
No?
No.
So what you're proposing is that the entire roof, pretty much.
You asked for the roof top, right?
Yeah,
What's the area?
Yeah.
The platform, it says on the drawings, it's 5.1 meter by about 1.9 meter. So it's about 9.69 meter square. You go to that same drawing we have earlier, you can see the dimension. Yeah, at the bottom, there's some dimension. It's 5.1 wide and then 1.9 meter deep.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I guess there's two things, aren't there? There's a second floor, a second story, like a platform or balcony, and then there's
there's the one that you're asking. There's a second floor deck platform. You asked for the roof because
No, we asked for the platform.
the platform. Well, the platform is different. It's
no. I was asking about the roof. I believe you're showing a roof is. You have stairs going to the top of the roof, and the entire roof could be used as an outdoor recreation amenity area?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And that's what I gave you as being the area that is the 88.9. Now, that's variance number 8. If it be, yeah.
Well, that, yeah, okay. Okay. All right. Giuseppina Caprara.
Everyone. My name is Giuseppina Caprara, and I own and live at 122 Caledonia Road, directly south of this proposed build at 124. Thank you for taking the time to read the letter that I've submitted on July 4th and for providing me the chance to speak about the proposed build at 124 Caledonia Road. There are some elements of the build, the proposed build, that are quite concerning to me. So I wanted to highlight the ones that I find to be the most critical. The first and most critical, I believe, is the lack of clarity in the plans. There is unclear labeling of the north and south property lines. On diagram A2, the cantilevered portion of the proposed build is noted on the south side, which is opposite what Mr. Grisolia was saying earlier. So that lack of clarity creates confusion when I'm trying to understand what the owner is attempting to do. If you take a look at diagram A2 that was provided, the front entrance is labeled, which would be the part of the house that would be closest to Caledonia Road. And if you take a look, the north and south sides are inverted. So if you take a look there at the front entrance, on the right-hand side of the diagram should be the south lot line, but it's labeled north. If you scroll down a little bit and zoom in at the bottom of A2. See? So that for me as a homeowner creates a lot of confusion. I'm quite surprised that that was in the plan as it is. Another example that I'm concerned about is that there's a concrete footing that's drawn over the property line of what perhaps should be the south side, which is diagram A1. I can't consent to this. You can see the concrete footing goes over the line. I believe the north should be labeled south there. There's that square piece, both of those square pieces there. Another item that I'm quite concerned about is that the design of the rear decks don't allow for privacy. There is an indication of the finishing elements of the rear decks, and currently the drawings show solely a waist height barrier. If you take a look at diagram A8 and A9, you'll see those waist height barriers. This would allow occupants a full view into my backyard and the back windows of my home as is. And there's sort of this idea of sort of leaning over into the yard, especially given their request to build 0.17 meters and 0.12 meters from the south side line, which is part of their variance number 7. I will only consent to such extensions if the barriers are non-transparent and at least 6 feet in height on all levels, similar to city instruction that privacy fencing should be about 6 feet in height. As a final note, in addition to what I've already written in the letter, I haven't received information about a proposed timeline of what the build might be, nor a request for access to my property to perhaps build scaffolding that would allow for this build. With the plans that are currently proposed as they are, I cannot grant access for this build. There's too much confusion for me. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Okay. Do you have any questions, panel? Okay. Mr. Gasolia?
For the inconsistency with regards to the naming of the south and north on A1 and A2, she's absolutely correct on that. That should be reversed. With regards to the privacy, the build is going beyond actually the platform at the rear will be going beyond her dwelling, as you can see on the site plan. Now, with regards to timeline, I don't know of the timeline. That's up to the applicant once this does go into permit. Access for scaffolds, again, that would have to be, I don't know, have to be a challenge between the homeowner and the contractor, and if they're not allowed to go on site on her side with regards to building. Again, I apologize for the inconsistency with regards to the south property and north property line being reversed on A1 and A2. However, in the others, I believe they are consistent, or they are correct. Even in elevation, they are correct. With regards to, again, privacy, again, there's one 2 doors down from it, which is actually a 3-story with platforms on there, similar to this, but just another story on top, which was done 4 years ago, which I believe there was no objection to, and that's 2 doors down. So that's pleading my case with regards to the privacy concern. Going straight up, as you can see, there's a challenge with regards to the width of the lot. So I guess the owner can't, if he sets in, it will be a challenge for them to get anything, and that's why the cantilever was also proposed on the north side in order to get more floor space for the second floor. So this is my response to the neighboring homeowner.
Okay, thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? Okay, any comments? Nimrod?
Yeah, I have concerns with variance number 8, which is access to the roof deck. So it appears that the entire roof, which is 850 or so square feet, 88 square meters, almost 900 square feet, could be used as an outdoor amenity area. And so I think that creates privacy, overlook, and noise possible issues for the adjacent, the surrounding area neighborhood neighbors. So I have problems with variance 8.
Yes, Peter?
Yeah, I agree with Nimrod. I think that if there were to be, if the applicant had delineated some sort of screening or, you know, setback parapet walls or something to limit overlook and limit the actual overall area, I think that would have been easier to accept. But I think, yeah, variance 8 I have problems with. But I think the rest of the application is pretty solid, but I think that north and south transparent, or sorry, opaque screening on the north and south sides of both the ground floor and second floor decks should be a condition.
Yes, yeah.
I agree with Peter. I was going to suggest that yeah, the rear terraces, I'm surprised the size is actually quite large, but should have privacy screening on south and north. And I actually think that the ground floor, which is elevated, should also have privacy screen too.
What do you?
And I agree that variance number 8, I cannot agree with that, only because there's very little proposal of any kind of privacy screening, or even how big the actual area is. So I cannot support variance number 8.
My problem with 8 is it doesn't relate to the size of the deck, and if the deck, as we've seen in other applications, if the deck, I don't know whether a deck is different. Well, it says it's a platform, so platforms can't be larger than 4 square meters. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think it is a confusing plan, because I think it's showing the roof part is black, the platform is white. I think the platform is on the second floor.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think that perhaps we can just say that the platform dealt with in variance 8 cannot be used for outdoor activity, or something to that effect, so that we don't have to worry about privacy concerns, because I'm not sure what it is. Aaron, do you know?
I think if you just disapprove item number 10, so that staircase cannot be built, and that problem will be solved. We just come up with a condition that no roof access is allowed.
Oh, okay.
I mean, yeah, then that whole roof, or whatever you call it, the main concern we have now can be resolved, and the rest of the development can be approved.
Okay. All right. So would you like to make a motion, Aaron?
Okay, yeah, so based on our discussion, we can approve item, okay, let's put it this way. Should I selectively take out item number 10? I think it is the factor that contribute to that 10.8. I don't see any other things higher than that part.
What do you mean
But I
by
think it's more specific if we just say we can approve it, we cannot approve number 10, and item number 8 is only applicable for the ground and second level. No roof top use is allowed. Would be a condition we add on.
I'm not sure. Sylvia, did you hear Aaron?
I think number 8 is referring to the roof deck, the roof access only. Yeah.
Okay.
We refuse number 10, we should refuse number 8 too.
Okay, so I'll redo it. I think, yeah, you're correct. If I refuse number 8 and 10, that should solve the problem or the issues we have. So I'll do it again. So on behalf of the committee, we would like to approve item number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9, excluding item number 8 and 10 for the reason that we do not want to see any rooftop activities allowed at this location. I don't see any condition from any other departments. So,
Peter,
yeah.
did you have a comment?
Yeah, if we could just add, Aaron, a friendly amendment for condition of opaque screening on the,
sorry. Right,
on the north and south sides of the balconies, first and second floor.
Another condition is to add opaque screen, privacy screen on north and south sides of all of the balconies and terraces.
Okay, do we have a seconder for Aaron's motion? Yes, Peter. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 33, 31 Milton Road. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete two-story addition and a third-story rooftop deck. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Reports from community planning and transportation, and correspondence in support from addresses on Judith and O'Connor. Mr. Benzikowski.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Jonathan Benzikowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue. Before we get started, I would like to make one minor change to the proposal. As per the public notice, variance number 3, which is the size of the rooftop deck, is proposed to be reduced to 30 square meters.
Okay.
And if we could actually go back to that previous screen that had that overhead map, I do want to just touch on one thing very quickly before we get going. So in terms of the addition itself, it really is just a rear one-story addition on top of the bungalow, and I'll review that previously. But just while we're here, I would like to note that we do have support letters from the adjacent property on O'Connor at 461, as well as the property immediately to the rear on Judith 22. I know it may look odd because both addresses are not on Milton, but Milton really doesn't have any dwelling that fronts on it except for this one, as well as the adjacent property on the west side. So the letters of support are actually from the adjacent property to the east on O'Connor, as well as to the south on Judith. So just to review the proposal, if we could bring up the support material on files. I believe it was labeled revised plans. No, that's not it. I had a little presentation prepared. So as we're doing that, basically the first page is just the revision to the public notice reducing variance for the size of the rooftop deck.
Sorry, when were those materials submitted?
They are date stamped July 6th. It might be on photos. Do you want to try photos? The E1 photos? No, that's not it.
We don't appear to have those on file at the moment.
Well, it's quite vital because I will be asking approval based upon the revised roof deck, which has now been set in along with privacy screening that is opaque on all and is identified in the support material I filed. It maybe get labeled with some of the correspondence of support. Do you want me to email you a copy right now?
No, I got it. Just one moment.
Perfect, perfect. So I guess maybe while we're doing that, I would also just like to note that in terms of the proposal itself, planning is recommending refusal. But what I would say to that, there's only 2 variances that are affected by what planning has an issue with, which is that's it exactly, which is the rooftop deck. The only 2 variances that have to do with the rooftop deck are variances number 2 and variances number 3. The rest of the variances have to do with that actual addition of the 2nd story at the rear of the dwelling. So as I said here, variance number 3 has now been reduced to 30 square meters. And if we could go maybe 3 pages down, it's the roof plan. I will be requesting that any approval today be tied to the roof plan as well as the elevations and perspectives that I have submitted. So what we've done here in response to the planning memo is we've actually proposed to set in the actual deck itself 3 feet from all sides. They have been labeled here as proposed privacy screening at the south as well as the west. And on the east, which is the longer side, it is a 1.8 meter solid privacy screen. Again, to be opaque or solid, not to be able to be see-through. Now, if we can go to the next page, please. As I spoke to a variance 2 and number 3, the roof projection in the middle is the only portion that is exceeding the height requirements for both main wall height as well as overall height. That middle projection there is for that portion to access that rooftop deck. We can go to the next one, please. So here I've done is I've shown you some perspectives of what I will be requesting approval for. That again is these inset privacy screens of 0.9 meters on the west, 0.9 meters on the south, and 1.8 meters on the west. Again, I think it is important to go back to the neighbors immediately adjacent to the south as well as the east have no issues with this 3rd floor deck. Now, if we continue, please. I've just zoomed in on a couple of different angles to try to show what that privacy screening would look like. If we could go to some of the photos I submitted. Part of the reason for the desirability of this rooftop deck is the actual tree in the rear yard of the property. If we continue going down. So that massive tree there is located in the subject property's rear yard. As you can see, it allows absolutely no sunlight into the existing backyard of the property. Additionally, that would mitigate any overlook to the south, as you would think of somebody using a rooftop deck in the summer months. That is in full bloom, and as you can see, is very large and is very invasive and provides quite a barrier to the adjacent properties. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead,
So,
Kim.
do you have what is the planning or community planning's comment on the reduced size roof deck? they still
To be
opposition
honest,
or they agree?
through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not quite sure. Community planning, Sean, the planner, went away on vacation. It was kind of put off to Tiffany at the end. I did speak of making some reductions. He didn't provide any additional comment. This basically was in response to what they had issues with privacy and overlook, because the original proposal, although it was inset about 4 or 5 inches off of the sides, when we took a better look at this, I thought it would be a little better and kind of reduce that impact to put the privacy screening to the east, which would be the 1.8 meters, as well as that solid privacy screening to the south, and to set it in. Because, you know, the further we get away from the edge, we kind of get that law of diminishing returns where we start to see less and less and less as we move away from a corner.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, any comments? Do we have a motion? Yes, Nimrod.
I would just provide a comment. I have concerns with the overall size of that rooftop deck, even with the setting it back. It's a very large area, 30 square meters. You can have a lot of people up on top there, and there could be a lot of noise then emanating from that rooftop that would affect a much larger area. So I have concerns with that.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments? Yes, Yim.
Okay. Of course, it seems that the roof deck is an issue, but when just in the light of the last application, we saw no one is supporting a roof deck that size. But in this case, it's actually, when you look at the site plan, it's got quite a distance from the other houses. And since there's a lack of community planning's comment on this, and I think this site location, it seems that the privacy issue might not be as as serious as the last application. So I'm not too sure I will refuse it. I think this might work with the reduced deck. Reduce, the size of deck.
Okay, anybody else? Yes, Peter.
Yeah, I think I agree a bit more with Yim. I think part of my issue with this is the massing of this house is hard to kind of wrap my head around. It's odd and kind of chunky, but I don't think that should be. It's not an issue from, I think, a design perspective, from a neighborhood fit. I think that's fine. I think it's just, for whatever reason, it's hard for me to physically understand this proposal well. But I do agree that my only real issue is the rooftop deck, and I think being set back and kind of hidden away a bit more with the screening. I would support this.
Okay. All right. Do we, Aaron? Did you want to make a comment?
No, I think I agree with all of my colleagues' comment. It's a strange looking house, but that's not a factor we have to consider. I'm trying to justify understanding the rationale behind, but just looking at the variances, I think yes, the rooftop is probably an issue. But it's a different neighborhood, and the rooftop is relatively kind of shifted at the back. Like to be honest with you, it's a very, sometimes the design is quite appealing and they just blend in very well. But here you can see that it looks like there was a part of a house here being chopped off just to turn it into a terrace. Maybe that's the whole idea of it. Yeah.
Too sure I heard what you said. And, yeah. I can't hear the last comments you make, Aaron.
Yeah,
Can
I
you?
don't know whether you went mute or what.
Sorry, I was saying that the applicant doesn't have any FSI variance required. It's all about the height and the length. But actually there is 0.45 to 0.82 on number item number 5, but it's not like getting into one, right? So it's big, but it's acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion? Yim?
I'm ready to make a motion for approval, subject to the revised roof plans showing the reduced rooftop terrace, and also I think it is the rendering showing some privacy screening on one side of the terrace, subject to those two drawings. And of course, amend variance number 3 to 30 square meter.
Okay. Yes, Peter, do you second that, or you have a comment?
Yeah, I would second, but there's also a transportation condition.
That's transport. Yes, that's right. To restore the obsolete driveway to soft landscaping.
Okay.
I would second that.
All right, all in favor? You're opposed? Nimrod? Okay, passes 4-1. You have your approval, sir. Next item is on the 3:30 agenda, and I have to find there we are. Okay. Next item is 315 Perth Avenue, and I believe 317 Perth Avenue would be taken together. The purpose of the application for 315 is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a complete third-story addition. And 317, purpose of 317 is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a complete third-floor addition. With these applications, we have materials submitted by the applicants. On 315, we have a report from Urban Forestry and 17 form letters in support. On 317, we have materials submitted by the applicant and 16 form letters in support. Mr. D'Oliveira?
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, I'm here representing 315 and 317 Perth Avenue. I'm with Replacement Design located at 911 Davenport Road. And my name is, as you said, Mike D'Oliveira.
Okay. So are these two semis that are doing things together?
Yes, that's correct. These are two semi-detached houses. The plans from both addresses have decided to work together to move forward with the entire renovation. We've been working on the plans with both of them together at the same time, trying to make something that would be in the character of the neighborhood while providing what they both require for their own individual families. If you look at the applications, the additions are quite similar. We're adding 2 bedrooms to each of the third floors. But the idea is that they're going to do this entire process together, have the construction contractors all kind of work as one.
Okay. Panel, do you have any questions? Okay. Any comments, or do we have a motion? Yes, Peter.
I'm happy to bring a motion. I think these are two very, very reasonable applications, and it's always nice to see neighbors working together for many reasons, but I think this just makes a lot of sense. My only small concern was the front yard soft landscaping variance for 317, I think, but it's a tiny area and it's an existing condition, so I don't think it has a material effect. So if we can deal with both of these together, I would move approval of item 34 and item 35, because I believe the variances are minor.
Okay, Yim, you second that motion?
Yes, I think there's a forestry condition
Sorry, yeah,
for 34.
that's right. Urban Forestry 1 on 34.
Okay,
And yeah, I'll second that, yeah.
okay. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Okay, so the next one, 36 Heath Street East is very contested. And so I think maybe we could take a short break now, say 10 minutes. Okay, come back at 5:10. Okay, number 36, 283 Heath Street East. The purpose of this application to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story balcony, also to permit a deficiency of one parking space. We have with this application material submitted by the applicant, email correspondence from Transportation Service, correspondence in opposition from many from Heath Street, one from Rose Park Drive, and all the rest from Heath Street. Tay Ryak. Do we have, yeah?
Good afternoon. It's Tay Rook, planner for the owners of the property at 283 Heath Street East.
We have your address, sir?
Sure, it's 18 Young Street.
Okay. All right, you better give us a presentation. There's a lot of opposition.
Sure. There's two variances before you today. One is related to the second-story balcony, which will have an area of 16.4 square meters, and the second variance being no parking space being provided on site. I'll deal with the parking variance and the transportation comments that you have received. Transportation has no issues with the no parking being provided on site. You'll also note, if you look on the site plan and the presentation slide that I had submitted to committee, there is actually an already interlocked driveway pavers in front of the house. So the car already parks in that area, and transportation has no issues with that particular variance and that orientation or that location of how car being parked in the front. And you find that situation commonly throughout Heath Street as well. The second variance relates to the area of the deck that is being proposed at the rear of the addition. And what you see is that the deck, what you have is, if you could go to the next slide and the side elevation, what you have is a deck that extends out from the rear of the existing dwelling. And the existing dwelling itself is 14.482 meters in terms of building length. So it's below the 17-meter mark in terms of what's the allowable building length. And what's being done here is that there's a second-story balcony being provided over a enclosed or a covered rear at-grade deck on the ground floor. What we have done as well is provided for a box planter, providing hedges along both the east and west sides to provide for a buffer, as opposed to providing a opaque fence, which in my opinion provides for more massing towards the neighbors. And this is a more softer approach to the adjacent properties. What you'll also note, if you look on the next slide, is that the balcony itself has been set back from the side yards from either sides. And this was done on purpose to ensure that, one, we provided as much distance from both the east and west sides. And on the east side, we're providing a 2.8 meter setback from the east, and then a 2.1 meter setback from the west. So it's primarily centered towards the house, and this balcony is serving a master bedroom on the existing second floor of this dwelling. So it's not coming from a party space, like a common space. It's not coming from a kitchen. This is purely be provided for utilized for a quiet space for the owner of the property to enjoy his backyard in the appropriate months. What you also have is that if you go to the bottoms, and then you'll see, sorry, pardon me, if you could stay on that slide, what you have is in the orange or the yellow shaded area is what could potentially be built on this property as of right at the appropriate, as of right FSI, as of right setbacks, as of right height and length. And if you could go to the previous slide, sorry, the side elevation, what you have in the yellow or the orange is an 11-meter building, which is the permitted building as of right, a 17-meter depth or length building with a 1.5-meter projection, being a second-story balcony that could project further out from the rear wall. What you'll note is that the proposed balcony on this particular proposal is somewhat contained within that as-of-right building envelope. And I suspect, in having discussions with planning staff about this, the reason that they didn't oppose this, even though that the area requirements is larger than what's permitted, is because the proposed deck or balcony area on the second floor is contained majority within the 17-meter building length as of right. If this was a building that was already 17 meters and we were proposing a second story balcony of this nature, I would agree that that would not be appropriate. However, I would suggest to the committee and submit to the committee that an as-of-right building at 11 meters, 17 meter length, and a 1.5 meter protrusion for a second story balcony has more of an impact than what we're proposing to you today. You'll also note that on the last slide of the presentation slide, you'd see a map. And what you see there is an area context map, the subject site being highlighted and outlined in red, and properties that have been highlighted in green. And if you could go to that map, what these properties represent are buildings or dwellings that have building lengths that are greater than 17 meters in building.
What's the map up? Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't realize it wasn't up. It's the very last slide. Oh, there we go. So the subject site is outlined in red. The properties that have been highlighted in green are those properties that have buildings that are longer than 17 meters or extend beyond 17 meters. So this is a neighborhood that's somewhat tightly knit. In addition to that, you have buildings that exceed the building length. And once again, I would suggest and submit to the committee that having a building that is 11 meters beyond the 17 meter mark, or even at 17 meters, which is an as-of-right building length, would have more of an impact on what we're proposing today. You'll note that the existing house itself is much shorter than what's permitted as of right at approximately 8.985 meters. That's the existing height. And this deck is basically being proposed within an as-of-right building envelope, as you saw in the side elevation and the rear elevations. I'm sure there's going to be questions and comments that I will have to rebut to, but if there's any questions at this time, I'd be glad to answer them.
All right, panel, any questions? Okay, yes, Yim?
Yeah, just a very quick question on the this is second floor terrace. You have planters on both sides. Are these planters high enough to act as privacy screening?
Yes, ma'am. If you look at the rear elevation, which is the third slide, you'll note that there's some measurements on the planters. So the planters are 1.067 meters, and then the landscaping material will have a total height once we put in the plantings, will be approximately 2 meters in height.
Yeah, I can see it now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. Edward Akawi.
Mr. Chair, can you see my video? If not, I'll just proceed.
No, we don't see your video.
Okay, well, I will, I don't know how to turn it on, so if I may proceed. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Edward Akawi. My family and I live at 285 Heath Street East, the house immediately to the east of the applicant's home. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to address you and my family's concerns about the requested variance. In the interest of brevity, I'm only going to touch on the highlights in my July 6th letter to you. I've also provided a presentation containing pictures, which I'm hopeful will demonstrate to you the density of our neighborhood, the proximity of mine and the applicant's properties, and also a visualization from our backyard. I respectfully submit that this massive platform of fully usable space in such a dense neighborhood is going to fail to meet all 4 of the tests in section 45(1) of the Planning Act. As to the first test, this variance is not minor, either as to size or as to impact. The request to quadruple the permitted size of the platform is significant and major, and definitely not minor. In terms of impact, as I explain on pages 1 and 2 of my letter, such an elevated multi-use platform will have a material and adverse effect on us and our neighbors. This deck is going to sit on top of the roof of a new addition that's being built. If this platform is built as proposed, its southernmost end will extend past our house, and it will tower over our backyard dining area. This is going to intrude on our privacy by exposing our entire backyard and consequently our ability to enjoy it. The applicant is only proposing non-permanent hedge plantings in a planter, and there is no ability for the city to enforce these plantings to protect our privacy and that of the neighborhood after this deck is built. The deck also raises noise and shadow concerns, and the applicant's submission doesn't demonstrate the impact of the shadowing and the noise on our properties and the neighborhood in particular. As to the second point, the desirability for the appropriate development and use, massive elevated second-story platforms are not desirable or appropriate in densely packed neighborhoods, where all the properties currently have a footprint that is more or less uniform. Such platforms raise major concerns about privacy, noise, and shadowing for the surrounding properties. This explains why over the last decade in our neighborhood, the committee has not approved a single supersized second-story platform similar to the one proposed today. This clearly, in my opinion, reflects the undesirability of these platforms in our neighborhood. And if we were to permit platforms of this size, it's going to set a dangerous precedent. And other surrounding homes, which, as I mentioned, have a very similar footprint, are also going to file for similar sized variances and extensions. As to the third test, this platform does not maintain the general intent and purpose of the City of Toronto official plan. It doesn't fit the existing physical character of our neighborhood, nor does it respect and reinforce the existing physical character of the geographic neighborhood, including prevailing height, massing, scale, density, and dwelling types of nearby residential properties. The proposed variance is going to introduce a foreign scale of such platforms to the neighborhood and is going to serve to encourage increased variances of second-story platforms in the future. And finally, as to the fourth and the final test, the bylaw in question intends for there to be a modest second-story platform within neighborhoods. I submit to you that in dense neighborhoods such as ours, modest-sized platforms balance the interest between those neighbors who want some outdoor property to enjoy against the privacy, noise, and other concerns of neighbors in surrounding properties. And I submit to you that quadrupling that modest standard cannot be said to be within the general intent and purpose of the bylaw. Mr. Rook mentioned something which was, this house could be this house could be that, but that is not the issue that I think we're addressing today. The issue is we're looking to quadruple a platform. And so on those basis, and I know I'm running out of time, I respectfully submit that the application be rejected on this point, and I will thank you for your time, patience, and attention to this.
Right. Thank you. Panel, any questions? No. Okay, Judith Nickel.
My name is Judith Nickel, and I am one of the owners of the property at 286 Heath Street East, which is immediately north of the subject property. I thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members, for allowing me these minutes to speak. My comments echo those of your first speaker today. I wish only to add that Mr. Evans, the applicant himself, has previously engaged in renovations that have been in keeping with the neighborhood. His own home at 283 Heath has to this point been such an example, as well as the property at 285, which he was personally responsible for restoring and renovating in a style totally consistent with the neighborhood. This second-story addition, however, veers off in another direction. Not only will it impinge upon the privacy of the adjacent neighbors, but it sets a dangerous precedent for what others may wish to do in the future in other homes on the block. This variance does not seem minor in any respect of the word, nor does it seem to be reasonable or necessary to the successful completion of his current project. We are not a neighborhood where neighbors have been insensitive to the needs of those around them. The best example is the house at 280 Heath Street East, which I believe is the right address, which has an unusual profile in its rear addition. This was done by the neighbors several years ago to ensure that the owners of 282 Heath did not have their kitchen window blocked. This kind of sensitivity has been to the advantage of all of us, and as at least one of the letters of opposition has noted, has meant that there has been no trend whatsoever on our street for infill houses or homes of a monstrous proportion. As I stated in my letter, this variance is not for internal living space, but rather for a very large second floor deck, some 4 times the allowable size, that creates privacy and overlook issues. The balance of the renovation with its outdoor entertaining space on the lower level of the property will in no way be compromised if the variance is not allowed, whilst the integrity of the neighborhood will be maintained. I would also like to comment on Mr. Rote's statements where he stated that this was not a deck that would be coming off a common space, but rather what he described as the master bedroom, which I will more appropriately refer to as the primary bedroom, from which the owner will be able to quietly look out into his garden. With the utmost respect to the speaker, such an individual indulgence should not give way to the good of the community. Mr. Evans has a beautiful covered outdoor space with fireplace, etc., going on the lower level. This is what the lower level addition is going to do. Surely to goodness, to ask an owner, an occupant, to take a stroll down his stairs to his outdoor covered deck, his loggia with fireplace, etc., is not too much to ask, so that he can have that same enjoyment of that same view that he would have from this oversized platform that will most certainly impinge upon the quiet enjoyment of the space of the others. There is no way that we will be able to have any oversight, as the former speaker has said, on noise, on the plantings. All he needs to do is to fill those boxes with cedars, which undoubtedly will die in the Toronto weather, and we'll be back complaining about these things. So I would ask you to take these comments into consideration and deny this variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, panel? No. Sarah Price? Unavailable. All right, Marianne Crichton? Christian?
My name is Marianne Crichton. I live at 288 Heath Street East, directly across from, well, just sort of diagonally across from the Evans house. And I oppose this. Application for reasons my predecessor speakers have mentioned. First of all, it is not in keeping with the neighborhood. We have had no monster houses, no infill houses, no oversized anything in our neighborhood that impinges on our neighbors' ability to enjoy their backyard spaces and their privacy and keep the noise level at a low level. It is 400 times what is permissible by the bylaw. So 4 meters square is permissible, and this is 400 times that at 16.4 square meters, and that is massive. And it will set a precedent that I'm afraid of, a precedent in the neighborhood where people can start building, these large extensions and fill up their property, and would impinge on the character of the neighborhood and also everybody's enjoyment to use their backyard. The other points have been covered by the former 2 speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Flood? Not available. Frederick Saybill?
Sorry, someone's phoning me. I just have to turn that off. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I don't know where my video is. I don't see myself, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Well, I'm going to repeat some of the things that were said, but my speech is, well,
Saybill.
Dr. Sable, if you don't mind.
All right.
I worked hard for it. Anyway, I'm going to be fairly brief, so I think you'll be okay with that. We have several concerns. My wife and I are co-owners. We live at 277 Heath Street East, and we have several concerns about this project. The first is that the balcony is going to be replaced by a platform. The second is the size. The third is that this platform will be a source of uncontained noise. The fourth is that the proposed construction will set a precedent, and I won't say more about that because my neighbors have already spoken to that. The fifth is that the interlock that was referred to is a widening of the driveway, and I don't believe it is licensed. I have to pay for my parking pad, and I will be very unhappy if that remains unlicensed, as I believe it is. When we first moved to Heath Street East some 40 years ago, it was known as the quietest street in Toronto. Check it out. You can find it in the newspaper archives. Unfortunately, over the years, we've lost that title during the day. Most days were subjected to mowers and blowers, edgers and trimmers. Evenings and nights, however, are still fairly quiet. Some people have backyard parties, but these gatherings are at ground level, and we have fences to baffle the noise. I'd like to ask the members of the committee, have any of you personally seen what is being constructed? I have. There are steel girders in the frame telling us that there's going to be a need for strong support for something above. It appears to us that the builder is trying to create a penthouse-style terrace on a single-story structure. If you're several stories up on a real penthouse terrace, the noise is diffused and doesn't reach the ground in any meaningful way. People looking down from up high don't intrude on a person's individual space on the ground. Why does it have to be so big if it's only for the private use of the owner? I'm sorry, we don't buy that. The area that's available could easily handle 50 people, maybe as much as 75 people. The plan calls for an extended deck, a 300% increase over the allowed size, cantilevered over the yard, beyond the back wall of the addition. It's difficult to understand how a 300% increase can be classified as a minor variance. Furthermore, the plan appears to provide the potential for people to be able to go anywhere on the platform, not just within the confines of the boundary, which is already too big. We view this space, the likely use of this deck, as an invasion of our privacy. We view it as an invasion of our visual space. We anticipate that the noise from any gatherings on this deck will be intrusive because it will be well above fence levels and there will be nothing, or in deference to what the builder said, very little to baffle the noise. So to summarize, we have several concerns. Balcony is going to be replaced by a platform, the size of the platform, a source of uncontained noise, a precedent out of keeping with the character of our neighborhood that will embolden other developers, and an unlicensed parking pad. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ruck?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Can we have your rebuttal?
Sure. I'll try to be as efficient as possible. I'll start with the parking. The front parking is actually a legal parking space. We do have a license for that, so that is not a concern. And once again, he did see transportation comments saying they have no objection. Secondly, there's this mention of an addition that's being mentioned multiple times through the neighbors. There's no addition occurring here. There's an existing house, and what we're trying to do is utilize a second-story roof area as a balcony. And once again, in terms of the precedents, impacts of precedents that may be set by this application, from a planning perspective and from the test perspective of the planning after minor variances, precedence is not a concern or a issue that needs to be solved. That needs to be.
We lost them? Yeah, I know, but we can't hear him. Mr. Ruck, are you still there?
Hello?
Mr. Ruck?
Yes, sir. I don't know when I got cut off, but I got cut off and
Yeah.
I was made a panelist for a second there.
So you've dealt with the parking. Let's deal with the deck or balcony.
Yes, sir. So there was mentions or discussions that there's an addition going on. There's no addition. What we're trying to do is utilize an existing space over a ground floor deck. What we have done in this particular case with a building that's already 14.82 meters in length, which is less than the bylaw standards, which does not protrude beyond the existing as-of-right buildings adjacent to the property itself, we're utilizing a space that would potentially could be placed with a 17-meter house at 11 meters in height, which I would submit to you and suggest to you has more of an impact from a massing and a views perspective towards adjacent neighbors and to the rear yards. In addition to that, we did suggest planter boxes and planters along each edges of the deck. The reason being was that we felt that was more of a softer approach in terms of providing a buffer. However, if the committee feels appropriate, we can more than provide for an opaque fence of some sort at 1.8 meters, I believe, is the standard height and condition to provide that fencing along the edges. And I would suggest to you, whether it be a 4-meter square deck, whether however it's designed or deployed in terms of an area versus a 16 square meter deck, I would submit to you that in terms of views and from an impact perspective, once again, this is leading off of existing master bedroom. It's not going to be utilized as party space. A neighbor had suggested there could potentially fit 60 to 70 people on this balcony. I would submit to you that that's not going to occur considering it is off of a master bedroom. However, I would take from a views perspective, the manner in which this deck or balcony has been set back from either sides, the views that you would have, it would be primarily towards my client's rear yard. Once again, you'll also see, I'm sure the committee has been to the site, in the rear of the property, there's multiple trees, hedges, and scrubs that already exist within the rear yard, which also provide for buffering and also for canopies that provides for views that may impact the application as well. And I don't know if the committee heard this, but there was slides that was presented by one of the neighbors as presentation slides. There was a rendering of a landscape plan that was shown, and it shows a rendering, I believe the next slide. There we go. That's third slide, artist rendition. That was actually a plan that was prepared by us, and that actually is a deck that is much larger than what is being proposed. That was the first iteration, and we hadn't done we were basically presenting these plans to the neighbors, and as a result, trying to mitigate the impacts, trying to come to a size that was reasonable. We came to you'll note that in that rendition doesn't show the planter boxes, and also the deck extends out further than what is being proposed. So that's an incorrect representation. That was probably the first iteration of that plan. So I would just ask that committee take that into consideration. Once again, this is a deck that is appropriate. Planning department had to review this application, came to the same conclusions in that from an impact perspective, from a views perspective, it is appropriate given the specific nature of this proposal. And in addition to that, no objection to this application has been filed by any city staff with regards to these two variances. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Okay. All right. We're going to take it into committee. Yes, Aaron?
Yes, it's just purely for my understanding of the parking situation. Did your client just purchase the property and then you submit the plans and the city says, oh, you have one parking missing? Is that how you find it? I'm just wondering how.
So, sir, my client has not. My client lives in this property, has lived in this property for 20 years. My client has submitted received a building permit application for what you see is the deck and the enclosed deck structure at grade level. So there is already a permit issued for that, and I believe it's under construction. The variances relate to providing for the parking space that was already legally existing with a license. And because the deck was, because you'll note that this doesn't have a front entrance off of Heath Street, it has a side entrance. So that legal parking space at the rear yard wasn't being utilized. That's why you have the parking space out front, which there is a license for. So that's that variance. And the balcony variance is basically utilizing an area, otherwise that would be just a rooftop structure which should not be utilized. That's the variance.
Okay, so if this is going to be approved, the only construction that you need is the barriers that we have, that might be needed.
Pardon me, sir, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, if this application is being approved, the only constructions needed is to build those visual barriers?
Correct, so the balcony. So anything structure related to the balcony.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Ruck, does that mean it involves fencing and perhaps some flooring?
Correct, sir. So once again, we had proposed the planter boxes on either side for privacy concerns, and we thought that was a softer approach. However, I'm in committee's hands because what I feel towards those opaque fences is that it adds more mass to the adjacent properties from a massing perspective. But once again, it would be fencing, the planter boxes, and some flooring of some sort.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Any comments? Do we have a motion? Did we lost Peter?
Yes, he's having technical difficulties right now. We're trying to see if we can bring him back.
All right. Okay, yes, Nimrod?
I'll start with some comments. I do have concerns with variance number 1 in terms of the size of the proposed second-story balcony that's being proposed. I just think it's too large and creates privacy overlook issues and also potentially noise, depending on how many people could be up on a deck balcony area of 160, 170 square feet. Look.
Jim?
I'm of a different opinion because when I really look at the plan of the deck, it's actually set back from two sides and from both sides from the property line. And although it's like 16 square meter, when you look at with the bay window, actually the usable area will be reduced. And with the privacy screen on both sides, and also coming out from the master bedroom, I do not think that it will be creating too much noise or overlook because they themselves want to have privacy too, right? So I'm not too sure. It's as some people mentioned that it's 400 times. It's not. It's only 4 times. Then it's allowed. So.
Yes, Aaron?
Yeah, I think it is quite natural to expand that deck. It's already there, there was already a deck. We just widen it and improve the remaining space. So I guess the question is, how do you contain the noise and the privacy so that other people don't see that as an intrusion to their private space? So if there's a certain standard we can follow to make sure the screen will build properly, to maybe have an STC level that can absorb certain sound and have a certain opaque screen, I think that would solve the problem of how other neighbors are concerned with. And adding sound barrier is not that much of a cost since you're putting up a screen and all.
Yeah, Mr. Ruck, I mean, we usually say 1.5 meters privacy screening. Mr. Ruck suggested 1.8. So I agree. That should solve the problem of privacy invasion. So would someone make a motion? Yes, Yim?
I make a motion for approval with no conditions. The condition, okay, it's the privacy screen by the planter has to be 1. He suggests 1.8, so it's 1.8 from the finished deck.
1.8.
Yeah.
All right, did you want planters screening or regular opaque screening?
I have no comment on either one. I think that maybe the applicant can work with the both side neighbors to choose a material they can agree to.
Okay.
Just say my motion is just to have privacy screen on both sides of the deck, 1.8 meter from the finished deck. Yeah.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Aaron, okay. All in favor of the motion? Okay. 3 to 1. And Nimrod, you're opposed? Yep. Okay. You have your approval, sir. All right. Number 37. Okay. 92 Wiley Avenue. The purpose of this application is to convert the 1-unit, 1-story detached dwelling into a 2-unit, 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a 2nd-story addition and a covered front porch. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. Lindsay Bruce.
Yes, good evening, committee. This is actually Joel Tanner with the Office of Simple Design Studio on Lindsay Bruce's behalf this evening.
Okay. Did you give us your address, sir?
Yeah, most definitely. It's 1515 Colburn Street here in Hamilton, Ontario.
Okay, thank you. So there's no opposition. I think it's relatively straightforward. So panel, do you need a presentation? Yes, Nimrod?
My question just related to the front yard soft landscaping, and if there's a plan that he can show us what that front yard area looks like and where is that soft landscaping and can it be increased at all?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Nimrod. Currently, there aren't major impactful changes to the front yard landscape. We're looking to keep the existing driveway. The larger encroachment really is related to the stairs and the stairs up to an enlarged front porch. And so the combination of the enlarged stairs and the enlarged front porch is what is bringing our overall landscape calculations down. So it would be, we would be able to gain maybe a smidge, but it is driven off of the driveway width. So we could potentially gain a couple square feet, but nothing more significant than that currently. I'd be happy to propose a permeable paver on the driveway. That is something that we're doing quite frequently, even in rear yard landscaping procedures. I'm sure that's something I could have a conversation with the clients about to increase the overall accountability when it comes to rainwater management.
Right. I was just going to ask that question. If you could make the driveway of permeable material, then.
Yeah, we most certainly can. Yeah.
Okay. So do we have any further questions? So Nimrod, did you want to make a motion?
Sure. I think that the variances are minor in nature, and I would move approval of the variances with a condition that the driveway be of permeable material.
All right, do we have a seconder for that motion? Yim, all in favor? All right, you have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thanks.
Number 38, 20 BLOEM Avenue. And the purpose of this application is to alter the existing one-story front addition with a new porch, a complete second-story addition, a front basement walkout for access to a secondary suite within the basement and a rear deck. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Mr. Lopez?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Bruno Lopez from Maxwell Engineering, and I'm here on behalf of the owner.
Yes, okay. So it doesn't look like these variances are very major. Do you have anything to say before we go into committee?
Yeah, this is a very straightforward application, so we try to create a sensitive design that will follow the character and the evolution of the area. We just follow the pattern of the street to lessen the impact, and this is almost a copy-paste of the next door adjacent, just a slight variation on the roof, but in terms of mass and everything is very lookalike.
Okay, so Yim, you have a question?
Yes, I just have a question just for my own understanding. Can you explain variance number 5? I don't think I can understand where the cladding.
I've never seen, to be honest, I've never seen this variance. To me, I've been doing this for many years. It's the first time that I see something like this. I don't know if this is new to the zoning, to be honest. I've never seen this before. But anyway, the cladding, the way we have it there, so we're just going to project the existing walls all the way to the second floor. But I've never seen this before.
Because I don't understand it, because it will encroach 1.97 is almost like it's more than 3 feet. How can that be? That's the cladding encroaching. I just don't understand that variances.
Well, what kind
To be honest, I've never understand this one, but I didn't want to challenge it because to me it was a bit of nonsense as well. It's just I just don't understand it. It's sort of a setback and encroachment that at the end of the day will make zero difference on the project overall because we're just going to continue where we are.
So,
I don't know.
Mr. Lopez, what kind of cladding do you have?
This is gonna be a fire rated cladding, and it's gonna be most possibly it's gonna be aluminum cladding.
Going to be what?
Aluminum cladding.
Oh, so have you indicated to the planning department what kind of cladding you're going to use?
Well, we have it on the drawings that we have in the front finish wall with stucco and wood, and we have on the side that we have proposed stucco, but if it's stucco, we'll do it fire rated stucco. So literally, when we come to the OBC, to the building code building application, we'll have to deal that with fire rating.
So would the cladding you have on your plans encroach almost a meter?
Again, it's apparent that it encroaches, but if you see, we are far away from property line. Far away. I mean, on one side we have about. Let me just look at drawings that will explain. If we go to side plan, one side we have about 1'7", and on the other side we have about 9 inches and a quarter and 10 inches, and so at the back. But again, just to emphasize that this is an existing condition, so literally we're just going to go up the same vertical alignment. And a couple houses on this street, if you're familiar with the street, they are very, very, I would say, eavesdrop to eavesdrop. If you go to numbers, the numbers just beside 22, 24, they all just eavesdrop to eavesdrop. So this is a pretty much existing condition in the neighborhood.
All right. Yes, Yim.
I still cannot understand, but I can understand the bylaw itself. that if you apply new material to the existing wall, it stick out about 6 inch. But I just cannot understand how can it stick out almost a meter. I don't know. I can't understand that.
Sylvia, can you?
I've actually have this, well, because of my job, I have encountered something similar. So what it means sometimes is the existing condition has already been encroached. And adding more, then the examiner will basically combine the old and the proposed together as the total width. Sometimes it happens like that. You have to call them or email them to verify to understand the rationale. But for us today, I think as long as the overall intent and the outcome makes sense, I'm happy to approve it.
Okay. Peter, did you have a question? No?
No, pardon me, I just returned. I was having serious technical issues, so I won't vote on this one either. Pardon me.
All right. Welcome back. Okay. All right, Yim, did you want to say something?
No, I'm happy with Aaron's explanation. I can see, but I just like to know things. If I do not know something, I just don't feel comfortable. So I'm ready to have a motion too. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, my motion is that we approve the application because I think all the other variances are minor, and let me see. And the no understanding on number 5, I'm ready to agree with that too. So I move with no conditions.
All right, do we have a seconder? Nimrod, all in favor? Okay, it's unanimous, Sylvia, because Peter didn't take part.
Yes, I'm going to still note Peter as absent. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Number 39, 330 Gerard Street East. And the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 7-story multi-residential building by removing 5 parking spaces in the underground parking garage to accommodate a new library room, a new laundry room, a recreation room, a change room, and kitchen at the basement level. And we have material supplied by the applicant only. Rachel Patterson.
Good evening, everyone. This is Rachel Patterson from Architectural Council, 75 Berkeley Street, Toronto, on behalf of Toronto Community Housing. We are acting as the applicant.
Okay. So I assume this floor space index 2.035 is an existing condition. Is that right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So you change the color of the paint and you got to get approval.
Yeah, so we've taken out a couple of parking spaces to aid accessibility in the space. This is a seniors building, so obviously accessibility is quite important in this condition. But even we're removing those parking spaces, we still meet the bylaws when it comes to the required number of parking spaces with barrier-free as well.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything you want to say to the panel before we take it into committee?
Just that this has been reviewed by the residents in the building. This is something that they, in particular, have requested. So I think the residents in the building are fairly happy with it.
All right, thank you. All right, panel, do you have any questions, comments, or do we have a motion?
Motion.
Yeah, Peter?
Sure. I think this is as straightforward as it gets. It's an existing condition of density, and it's an improvement to the building for the residents. So I think that this variance, as minor as it gets, I move approval with no conditions.
All right, do we have a seconder? Yim, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. number 40, 300 Westlake Avenue. Purpose of this
Cal Bruner here.
application. Excuse me, I just want to finish my introduction before. The purpose of the application is to permit an exterior spiral staircase and landing in the north side of the existing two-story detached dwelling, which currently contains 2 dwelling units. Also to permit the rear ancillary building detached shed as approved by minor variance decision A0678/21 TEY. The current application is necessitated to correctly identify a side yard setback for the rear detached shed as cited in variance number 5 below. Okay, so Mr. Brunner?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm the owner of the property. I was with committee on January 12th of this year. The committee approved my application. When I went to get the encroachment agreement to the city, I provided them the same diagrams, same building measurements that I had provided to the committee. And they pointed out that what the committee had approved was a 0.8 setback versus what the drawing showed, which I provided the committee and to the building committee, of 0.08. So it's really just to correct that from a 0.8 to a 0.08, or to correct it to what the drawings show. There's nothing else here that hasn't been approved previously. But I had to come back to committee again for this.
Mr. Brunner, just for the record, would you give us your name and your address?
I'm sorry. Yes, it's Calvin Bruner. My address is 25 New Waters, Barbados. I'm the owner of the property, the owner there as well.
Okay, so this is really everything else was approved and correct?
Yes, everything was approved. In fact, the setback everything was approved. It's just that the number used that the committee, I guess, provided in the final letter said 0.8 instead of 0.08, which is on the drawings.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're going into committee. See, Peter, you were wrong. This one is as straightforward as you get.
Well,
Can take that?
yes and no. I remember this one, and sorry, I missed a little bit of what the applicant said. But I remember this last time, and yeah, it was straightforward. But one of the conditions of approval I remember was that they enter into an encroachment agreement with the city. And I think he was mentioning that at the start. So I just want to make sure that that gets captured. So I guess that's a question to the applicant. What's the status of the encroachment agreement for the stairs?
I would have hopefully, I mean, I've been struggling to get the city to enter an agreement with me. I just not that I'm just getting the people to communicate with me. We've got that under control now. So I'm trying to get that done. I'd very much like to get that done. But what happened was the building department said, well, hold on here. The numbers don't coincide. And I just thought I had to wait now to come back to yourselves again because I don't know what else to do.
Okay.
So the other...
I definitely want that.
So the other decision is still in effect, as I believe, and this one is just to correct variance number 5. Is that right, Sylvia?
That would be correct.
Yes, it's just the one variance.
Okay, so if there's an encroachment agreement required by the other decision, that's still required?
That would still be a requirement under the previous application.
Okay, so do we have a motion for approval of this application? Peter.
Sure, I'm happy to move approval of this application. The variances requested are minor.
All right, and no conditions? Nope.
No.
All right, so EM, you second that? All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we go on to the next. Next segment. Okay. Next item is 41A, 10 Hallam Street. The purpose of this application is to obtain consent to sever an existing residential lot into two residential lots, one of which will be an undersized lot. And so part one will be conveyed. Part one has a lot frontage of 6.67 meters from Hallam Street and a lot area of 202.9 square meters. A new three-story detached dwelling will be constructed requiring variances. And part two has a lot frontage of 5.52 from Hallam Street and a lot area of 168 square meters. The existing two-story semi-detached dwelling will be maintained, requiring variances to the zoning bylaw. And with this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence from transportation, community planning, and transportation services, and reports from engineering and urban forestry. And we have opposition from 1018 Shaw Street. Ida Evangelista.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members. Good afternoon. Ida Evangelista on behalf of the owners of 10 Hallam Street.
Okay.
Address? Do you need my address?
Yes.
53 Bentworth Avenue, Toronto.
Okay, thank you. We better have a presentation because you have some opposition.
Yes, sir. So what we're proposing, you've received my submission, which on the first page shows the subject property. So on the subject property, where it shows a garage, that is where we are proposing a new home. So the variances that we have on the existing home, which is the semi-detached home, that remains as is. Because we are severing the lot, they have to look at the lot de novo, and that's why we have the variances. However, absolutely nothing will be changed to that home. The variances that we have for the new home, we do have a building depth variance because it's being taken from the average of the two. However, to satisfy transportation, we've had to push the house back just a tad, and that's why we have a variance of 0.67. However, if you refer to my area footprint on page 5, you'll see that what we're proposing is very consistent with what's, the building footprint in the neighborhood. The other variances that we have, we do have an FSI of 1.12, which with the newer homes in this neighborhood, they range from an FSI of 1 to 1.47, which has occurred directly behind us at 210 Yarmouth. So, and we do have a variance that relates to our roof eaves. If you'll notice, our roof eaves on one side, we've just made it a little bit wider to allow an opening on the third floor, which is required under OBC. So that being said, what we're proposing, and we don't have a height variance, we do not have side yard setback variances, nor do we have a length variance to the house. Actually, the length variance is 15.78, and then we've stepped back to third floor to 13.69. Transportation is quite satisfied with the parking space that we're providing at the front of the house. Engineering and construction services, which we are acceptable to the conditions that they've proposed, which are standard. They are also quite satisfied with what we're proposing. And planning and the neighbor counselor are also happy with the proposal in front of you. So with this in front of you, Mr. Chair, members, in closing, I respectfully submit that what this consent and minor variance applications are very desirable and appropriate use of the subject lands. It's a form of intensification that meets the 4 tests. And with that, I am open to listening to any opposition that we have and or any questions that you may have.
All right. Do you have any questions, panel? Okay, let's move on. Jason LaFave.
Can I be heard?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Excellent. I have some issues with all the variances.
All right. Can you tell us your name and your address, sir?
Yes, my name is Jason LaFave. I'm at 6 Hallam Street in Toronto.
Right. Okay. Tell us what your concerns are.
Well, I actually have no problems with them severing the lot, although they seem to be stealing land from the current number 10 to offset the large size of the 3-story house that is proposed for number 12, or the soon to be number 12. If the variances on which lot was it? The variance is number 10. If the size of the lot were increased so that the property was to fall within the appropriate size, then the property on the number 12 would increase to I believe it's over 2%. It's 0.6. It would be over 1.2 the allowable size. So it's large. The building is also a new build, so I think it should be viewed as such. So the parking space, we haven't. The committee hasn't allowed new parking spaces on existing houses in years. So I think it would detract. It would be detract from the neighborhood. Local businesses profit from the idea that we don't need cars, or we don't need parking on lots. Additionally, there are parking spaces now, but because the construction is going to be ongoing, they could just get rid of the parking lot or the parking spot. Because the other concern that we have is because the house is set so far back on the lot, I'm going to lose all my sun in my backyard, as will my neighbors, in the spring and fall. So there won't be, my garden will go away, or at least it will be a shorter planting season. And not to mention the existing building at number 10 has windows on the west side, and building a large structure, a 3-story structure on the west side of that house is going to remove all the light from the house at number 10. And I do understand that they're not putting windows on the east or west side, or they're not proposing to put windows on the east or west side of number 12 because they're too close to the lot line. And I think that it's extremely close. Once it's severed, there's no reason to believe that the new owner won't want to put up a fence or something like that, which is going to leave absolutely no access to the rear yard at number 10 without basically going through the house. So if they have a lawn back there, getting their lawnmower out there is going to be a challenge because there's no alleyway, so there's no easy access to the backyard. I think I covered loss of green space, water runoff. They want to put in a large house. I think the house should either be moved forward and not allowed a third story at the very least to increase the footprint. I also noticed in the plans that there is an option for washer dryer in 2 locations in the proposed single family house, which suggests to me that there could be a basement apartment or, you know, like a nanny's apartment or something like that. Which I don't really object to, but that also suggests that it's not going to be a single family home. I think I've covered everything that I wanted to. So I will thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lefebvre. Panel, any questions? Okay. Ian Sakinovsky.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Mr. Sakinovsky, you've opted to join by video. You can turn on your video now.
Can you see me too?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to voice my objections to this application. My name is Ian Sakinovsky, and I'm the owner and the resident of 1018 Shore Street, Toronto. My house is perpendicular to the rear of the property at 10 Hallam, or will be 12 Hallam Street, and I'm at right angles to it. I'm on the northbound street, and separated by just 2 gardens, 3 gardens actually. So it's very close to me, and with respect to this proposed three-story structure, with its proposed depth in excess of the permitted building depth, and its floor space index, which, as the previous speaker mentioned, is almost twice the allowed amount, or is twice the allowed amount, depending how you break down the lot sizes. It's going to have a significant impact on the light reaching my property, and more so on the neighboring properties to the east, west, and north of the proposed structure. And I have a concern for the quality of life and the protection of the quality of life, obviously, of myself and of the and of my neighbors surrounding this house. The requested combined variance in both depth, which the previous speaker mentioned, it goes 0.67 meters beyond the allowed depth, and floor space allows for a structure that's going to materially compromise the neighborhood. And a particular concern, as was mentioned before, is the proposed northern depth of the 3rd floor, and possible, and in relation to that, of course, the parking pad in front. And if the house was to move forward southerly direction, obviously it wouldn't be so deep. And if somehow the height at the rear end was contained, that will also have less of an impact on the neighbors. With respect to the severance, which was also mentioned before, I want to make the same point, that the applicant seeking is severing an existing lot into 2, and is seeking to reduce the size of the 1 lot where the existing house is below the minimum required lot area and frontage. Very tight situation as it is, going to make it even more tight. And as was mentioned before, no access to the rear garden at all. Very small property, and in order to build a property on their remaining lot, which they're now artificially enlarging, that's out of proportion alignment with the surrounding structures. The existing property is currently large enough to sever into two lots that are both in compliance with a minimum lot area as a minimum required lot. But by the severance that's proposed, really, as the previous speaker said, steals from the one to give to the other, and in such a way represents an even greater excess of floor space density than even it's suggested by their proposal. Also, I have privacy issues, obvious privacy issues with the view from the 3rd floor balcony into my garden and into my windows of my ground floor kitchen and my 2nd floor bedroom. And another reason why I feel the house should be moved southward. And just to say that By manipulating property lines in the way that's been proposed, the applicant is seeking to construct a dwelling that will permanently disrupt the existence of the neighbors and actually represents a greater degree of variance than is actually described in the application. I think those are my my main points. I just want to say that I do have neighbors in this block who've lived here for a long time. They do not feel empowered to speak up against this development, even though it has a considerable impact on the existence as they know it. They feel it's an unfortunate but unavoidable situation. They don't have the confidence to speak against it. I don't claim the authority to speak on their behalf, but I do ask the Committee of Adjustments to take their interests into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Evangelista?
Hear me?
Yeah.
There I am. I'm unmuted. I'm back. Okay. So it's quite unfortunate that Mr. Lefebvre didn't reach out to me, because I personally handed out 16 packages to the area residents, not only on Hallam, also on Yarmouth. So, because these are all comments and questions that I could have addressed face to face. Nevertheless, a couple of the comments that were made. So the house that we're proposing is actually, if you again refer to the subject property, it's where the existing garage is. Same lot line. Actually, we've brought it in a little bit more. There's 1.2 meters between the two homes, which I feel and respectfully submit that is adequate space to access the rear of the property. In ways of putting a fence, I don't, I can actually say that a fence will not be placed between the two properties. It will be placed at the back of the property if a fence does go up. So there was also comment that regarding the parking space, that they're not allowed. Well, in this particular situation, there is a parking space and it's on private property. So it is permitted as of if it's on private property. We do have windows, as we know, under OBC, every bedroom has to have windows, which they do. They face north and south. We do not have any windows on the sides of the home. That is correct. But it does have windows in the north and the south portion of the building. Also, Mr. Sakanovsky, he mentioned that we will, there will be overlook and onlook. If you look at my pictures on page 3, you'll see view southeast. So he's behind the trees to the right. And also, if you continue on page 4, you'll see the house of 1218 Shaw. And you'll also see 1026, 1028 Shaw. So this is consistent with what, is happening in the neighborhood. And then if we turn to our aerial view on page 6, you'll notice on Shaw Street, there's a house with the red area. It's like, if we count 5 in, that's where his home is. And so I respectfully submit that I don't believe that there will be onlook and overlook. However, we are amenable to putting up a privacy screen. As I mentioned, the balcony is there for OBC purposes. It's not a deck that's large enough to, maybe if you want to stand on it, but it's not something that you can entertain on it. But we are open to putting up privacy screens to create some privacy for Mr. Sakanovsky. So what we're proposing, again, I respectfully submit that what you have in front of you does meet the 4 tests. It is respectful. As I mentioned, I did do a reach out to the neighborhood quite extensively. And those that would be immediately affected, beside and in front, and the neighbors on either side are not opposed to what we're proposing. And I spoke to the neighbors directly behind on Yarmouth, and he too is you know, he was absolutely okay with what we wanted to do. He likes seeing the new builds in the neighborhood. However, that's neither here nor there because I do not have anything in writing. It's my word. So with all of this, I respectfully submit that what you have in front of you does meet the 4 tests. It is a form of intensification that is gradual. And if you have any questions, I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Yim?
Yes, just one small question on the front yard, where the parking spaces. Will you agree to using permeable material on that parking space? Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we will. I do agree to that. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions, panel? Okay. Do we have any comments? Do we have a motion? Peter.
I'll start with some comments. It was kind of a pleasant surprise. It's rare that we see a consent application that has so few ensuing minor variances. So I think that's a positive starting point. In terms of the new building, I don't have many concerns with it. My only concern is the parking, and I mean I think Yim has alluded to improving that situation, but I would be in favor of maybe not allowing the parking space, but I think that may also result in new variances being required, which might complicate things, but just as a starting point.
Okay, Yim?
Yeah, I can add to that comment about the front parking, but when you look at the existing situation, is actually the whole area is like a driveway to a garage, and I think that the new proposal actually improve a lot from the existing condition, and given such few variances, I think that it is a good proposal overall. If they agree to have permeable paver, at least we you know, that is a good thing. I'm in support of the application.
Okay. Nimrod?
Yeah, I would agree with those comments. I'm in support of the development, and I think that it's an improvement to have the permeable material for the driveway.
Okay. So, Aaron, did you want to make any comments?
No, I agree with all of my colleagues.
Yim, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, I can make a motion to approve the consent first with the standard engineering conditions for surface, and also approve 41B and C with condition for 41B that the front parking area will be of permeable material. Do we have any other?
Yes, the
yeah, forestry conditions.
engineering conditions.
Yeah, the engineering conditions for the surface, and also forestry number 2 for 41B and 41C is yeah, both forestry number 2. Yeah.
I have forestry number 3.
Number 3 for.
It's 2 and 3 for.
Oh, 2 and 3 for both of them. Okay, I did.
So, what did you say, Sylvia, are the forestry conditions?
It's condition number 3 for parts 1 and 2 for each lot.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I had. All right, do we have a seconder for the motion? Nimrod. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Number 42. Number 42, 263 Berkeley Street. This is another application to obtain consent to sever the property into 2 undersized residential lots. Part 1 has a lot frontage of 3.89 from Poulet Street in an area of 66.5 square meters. A new 4-story detached dwelling will be constructed with front, second-story, and third-story balconies, a 4th-story rooftop terrace, and a front yard parking space, requiring variations to the zoning bylaw. Part 2 has a lot frontage of 4.5 meters from Berkeley Street in an area of 91.3 square meters. The existing 3-story townhouse dwelling will be maintained with an existing rear 1st-story deck and rear 2nd and 3rd-story balconies, as well as to establish a secondary suite within the basement, requiring variances to the zoning bylaw. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. We have email correspondence from community planning and engineering, and staff reports from engineering and urban forestry, 21 form letters in support. Sylvain Rouleau.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Sylvain Rouleau. I'm a lawyer with Weir Folds at 66 Wellington Street West, Suite 4100, and I'm the agent for the owners at 263 Berkeley Street.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Rouleau, you can turn on your video.
Okay.
Thank you. It's always nice to put a face after a long day of telephone calls, I'm sure, so it's nice to be able to see everybody.
All right, so we need your presentation because we have some opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what our client is proposing in this matter is to sever an existing through lot into 2 residential lots, with the retained lot being the existing house at 263 Berkeley, which will be maintained, and a new dwelling being proposed on the new lot, which will be fronting in the back Poulet Street. The goal of the proposed development is to create appropriate residential infill on an underutilized through lot, which is in the downtown core. Proposal is respectful of the existing neighborhood, and despite being undersized according to the zoning bylaw, the shape and size of the new lot will be indistinguishable from the existing lots in the area. If this is approved, the development will result in an increase in the housing supply and in an already established residential area, which is an efficient use of both land and city resources. As you've heard, the applicant has support from 22 nearby residents, and this includes the property immediately to the south, and the applicants have met with the owners of the property immediately to the north as well, and understand that there is no opposition from them either. The applicants and their team have worked with city planning to address concerns that were raised regarding the overlook of the patio and the rooftop balcony. And these concerns have been addressed by minimizing the size of the rooftop terrace, creating a setback to ensure that the overlook is minimized, and including a privacy screen. The city has indicated that they are satisfied with these mitigation measures and have not submitted a staff report, as you'll note. Transportation services have indicated they don't have any concerns with the proposed variances, including the parking variances. Engineering have not voiced any concerns aside from the usual conditions in cases of severances and consent. And urban forestry has not provided any concerns that are out of the ordinary. The variances that are being requested today are required for both the lot sizes and frontage to recognize the existing building at 263 Berkeley and to permit the development of the new house on Poulet Street. And the addition of the proposed new dwelling on Poulet Street will be consistent with the development that's been occurring on Poulet Street to date. There are a number of lots that have been severing in the same manner as is being proposed here. And if we can turn to figures 9 and 10 of the current document, that'll be a few pages down. If we start with 9, you'll be able to see the type of development that is occurring on Poulet Street. And if we go to the next one, there's another example, and they're mostly tightly and densely packed townhouses, which are high facing with parking in front. That's the type of development that is occurring in these severances between Berkeley and Poulette Street. And while we do recognize there are a number of variances, and I do realize coming after the last one where the comments were the small number of variances on a consent application, I do realize this one at first glance does appear to be a large number. They are the result of the existing conditions on the lot. And as we've mentioned, they would allow a new dwelling to be constructed, which would fit the prevailing character of the neighborhood. And just to look at the variances that are required, rather than going one by one, I think it's efficient to group them in the different themes for which they are required. And there are 6 different themes. The first is the lot size, and that's the area and the frontage. And that would be variance number 1 on the retained lot and number 2 and 3 on the new lot. And it's really, as you know, area is a function of the lot frontage. In this case, it's a relatively narrow lot, which is undersized, as you'll note. It doesn't take into account the existing lot configuration in the neighborhood. This is very much in keeping with what is occurring in the neighborhood and a use of a rare through lot in the downtown core, where there is that opportunity to have 2 street-facing properties in a severance without having a severance along the length of the lot. So it really does not have an impact, and it does meet the 4 test is our submission. The second one is the FSI. And as you know, and that's the variance number 4 in the retained lot and variance number 7 in the new lot. As you know, FSI seeks to ensure compatible size and massing. The lots in the neighborhood and around have often been severed, and even when they are existing lots, are over the permitted FSI. The increase in is a result of the lot size and on the through lot, and it is compatible and it is representative of the neighborhood, as you can see in the pictures in figure 10 and figure 9 that I've shown you. The next one is the setbacks, and that's for the retained lot, that's variance number 5, and for the new one, it's 8, 9, and 10. And as you can see from the pictures and the pictures we've submitted in the earlier pages of the figures on figure 1, you can see it is a very tightly packed neighborhood where the homes are side by side. These are separate homes. They're not attached, even though they appear to be attached. There is 0 setback on Berkeley for many of these homes. And on Poulette Street, it's the same thing. They're being built as either row houses, semi-detached, or very tightly packed. So for the new lot, it is consistent with the existing neighborhood and what has been approved previously on Poulette Street. And with regards to the existing lot, it is an existing condition. We're not proposing to change the setback there at all. With regards to the platform encroachments, and that's for the retained lots, that's variances number 6 and 7. For the new one, it's number 1, 11, 13, and 14. As you know, the intent is to ensure that there's no encroachment of platforms further than is permitted on the lot. So again, for the retained lot, it's a pre-existing condition, so there's nothing that's actually changing there. And for the severed lot, there's a second floor balcony as well as a rooftop terrace. And that was the subject of discussion with the city to ensure that any concerns that they had was addressed. And the result of that was an increased setback on the west side of the property to ensure that there was no overlook into the rear yard. With regards to the north and south side, there are privacy screens that are being proposed and that are included in the plans. And there is nothing there currently to overlook. There are no buildings, no homes, no anything to overlook. Neither of those neighbors have raised any concerns, and both have been approached to ensure that they are aware of what is taking place. There are also no windows being proposed on the north and south side of the building to ensure there is no privacy concerns there. With regards to parking, there is an existing parking spot right now that's in the rear of the property on Poulette Street. That parking space would stay at the same place. It would be over permeable pavers that's already provided for in the plans. The effect of it would be the loss of the parking space for the retained property on Berkeley Street, which formerly used it. It's respectfully submitted that that loss is not one that is of huge concern, being in the downtown core and very close to higher level transit. There is great accessibility for that property. And the last group of variances, and that's variances 5 and 6 on the new lot, is with regards to the height of the main wall. And that has to do with the access to the rooftop patio. The actual walls are under what is required, but because of the structure that allows the stairs to go up, it does exceed the main wall height. That is the reason for that variance. So in conclusion, it is submitted that the variances are minor in nature and are a result of the shape of the lot. It is in keeping with the neighborhood, and it is very much what is currently occurring on Poulet Street in terms of the severance and these types of buildings going up. It is my opinion that proposed consent and minor variance applications are in the public interest and represent good planning, and accordingly it is respectfully requested that the Committee of Adjustment approve these applications. And I'm happy to answer questions. I already see a hand up.
All right, Yim.
Question. There is email communication with community planning April 12th. I think it's in a package. It has mentioned 3 points, including the removal of the rooftop terrace. I just want to know whether this is still is updated or whether it's been resolved. There are 3 points. Yes, there's 3 things they mentioned. Removing the. Yep, you can read this. I just want you to address to this email.
So this was the start of the conversation that we had with the city, and with regards to the first one, the parking, it was converted to soft landscaping with the permeable pavings, and that was addressed. The second was the shift in separation between the dwelling, and that's the result. There is an amendment to the proposal, and there's a June 3rd letter from my office which was sent, which revised some of the variances, and that was a result of that conversation. And the third one, as I mentioned, there was a setback that was included on the rooftop patio in order to mitigate the privacy, and that was again a result of those conversations that happened after that letter. So all of those conversations did occur. We made some changes, and to our understanding, it resolved all of those issues, which is why there's no staff report.
So they did not give you an updated comments on your revisions?
They did not. We were sitting waiting until yesterday. It's a bit of the ether. You never know if they're going to submit anything, but our understanding is they no longer had any concerns, and therefore they were not going to submit a staff report.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes, Nimrod.
Yeah, I have a question relating to a memo that we received from Urban Forestry dated July 6, where Urban Forestry is recommending to deny the severance because it would result in the loss of a large, healthy tree. So I'm wondering what your comment is on their memo.
So I have not seen the memo. It is not actually on the portal, unfortunately, which would have been helpful to have it ahead of time. In terms of the tree, I can advise that there was a forestry report that was submitted by my clients, which reviewed it and tried to figure out if there were ways of avoiding that, and they did conclude that the tree would have to come down if for the severance to occur. That being said, my clients are prepared to act on the recommendation of the forestry report, which is a 3-to-1 replacement cash in lieu for the tree due to the limited space there. Other than that, this type of development is, I think I've submitted a very rare opportunity to have a through lot where you have access on 2 street with street addresses, and the replacement of the tree would compensate for that loss.
Any further questions? Okay, we'll move on to Carolyn Quinn. Not on the line. Olafunk Fambunmi? No, not on? Okay. No opposition. Okay, let's go into committee. Do you have any comments, or do you have, yes, Yim?
I can start with some comments. Understanding the very what you call unusual site, I think that it currently is just a very long and narrow backyard, and I think that to serve it and create another residential unit, I think is a good improvement for the use of the site. And regarding the tree, if we can put a condition to so they satisfy the urban forestry condition, then I'm ready to support this application.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, Yim, you want to make a motion?
Okay, I would like to make a motion to approve the surface with the standard engineering conditions for surface, and 42B and C. Do we have any conditions for those two?
No.
Okay.
We did get conditions for urban forestry conditions 2 and 3 in that memo.
For part 1.
Just part 1?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. And also the condition regarding the big tree, they have to work with urban forestry and satisfy the conditions for the replacement or removal of the tree.
Okay. All right, do we have a seconder? Yeah, Aaron, all in favor? You have your approval, thank you. Number 43, 2 Glen Road.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the forestry condition was actually for part 2. My
Okay.
mistake.
Well, you'll amend your motion, Yim?
Yes, I amend my motion to have the forestry condition applied to the second part.
Yep, okay.
Yes. Okay.
All right, 43, 2 Glen Road. The purpose of the application is to convert the existing two-story detached apartment building from 5 units into 6 units by constructing a 1-story addition above the existing garage with a new balcony on the south wall and new stairs in order to accommodate 1 additional dwelling unit, as well as 2 second-story balconies on the north wall. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and email correspondence from Transportation Engineering. Andrew Palumbo.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we can.
Right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee and Committee of Adjustment staff. My name is Andrew Palumbo, and I am the planning agent for 2 Glen Road, and my address is 7050 Western Road, Suite 230 in Vaughan, Ontario. One thing I will say off the bat, there was a mention of transportation correspondence. I did not notice that on the AIC website as I've been checking leading up to the hearing, but I can deal with that after I just do a brief presentation, which I assume the committee would like to hear.
Yes, we need that because there's opposition.
Understood. Okay, so I will try to be very brief because since the original application was deferred back in October 2021, substantial revisions have been made to revise and scale down the proposal. So essentially, the previous proposal contemplated a 2-story, 2-unit rental apartment addition above the western parking garage, as well as a new west staircase to provide access to the new units, and a new north stairwell to provide access to the proposed new units on the second story. But based on feedback from the public and city planning staff, we made efforts to substantially scale down the proposal to a 1-story, 1-unit addition in the same location. However, the previous proposed west staircase and the north building bump out and corresponding stair access associated with the previous second-story unit being shown were removed, and the existing balcony along the south facade of the existing building is now proposed to be extended in order to provide that access to the new unit accordingly. So as a result, originally there were 7 variances that were required, but the revised proposal now requires 4 variances. So effectively, 3 of the variances have been completely eliminated relative to the north side yard setback, as there's no longer a bump out associated with that original second story unit. The landscape strip requirements are no longer required because there's nothing new proposed in any of the setbacks, so the existing condition remains as is. And the staircase encroachment to the west, because there's no longer a west proposed staircase. So the resulting 4 variances remaining are, in my opinion, very minor and technical in nature. And although detailed in the planning justification letter that was submitted with this application, the following is just a very quick recap of the variances before the committee this evening. So maximum building depth and rear yard setback to the west, each of these variances reflect the existing conditions of the subject site as if it were not even altered. So the building length itself hasn't changed, which doesn't impact the building depth as there's no change to the front yard setback conditions as a result. And given that the proposed extension builds above the existing building footprint vertically, directly above the existing parking garage, the rear yard setback to the west actually reflects the existing setback condition. And actually, in comparison to the previous proposal, is actually a slight improvement because there's no longer a need to bump out that west wall to accommodate the west stairs. So that's actually improved by 29 centimeters, even though very minor, but it's still an improvement based fully upon the existing footprint of the building. The maximum permitted FSI is 0.6. This broadly applies to this neighborhood. It is important to take note that the existing FSI of the existing rental apartment itself is 1.05, and the proposed additional results in a required FSI of 1.16. So as a result of this development, it is actually really only a 10.2% increase based on the existing conditions, which is only a minor increase in terms of actual brand new GFA being added to the site. 1 parking space is required in association with the proposed new unit. However, this site is in very close proximity and within walking distance of 2 TTC subway stations, excuse me, Keele Station to the west and Dundas West to the east. In addition, and although not included in the justification letter that was submitted with this application, I have actually confirmed with the owner that the existing 4 parking spaces in the existing garages are available to a potential new tenant of this new unit, should this be approved. Lastly, I did not see any, I actually didn't see any new objections posted on the AIC website. These were the objections online were still from October 2021, but I also didn't see any other correspondence from city divisions, although again, as I noted up front in my presentation, it appears that there's transportation correspondence. But I can confirm the revisions made to the proposal were done in conjunction with city planning staff and prior to rescheduling this hearing in order to ensure their approval of the revised proposal before we proceeded. So on this basis, and quickly wrapping up, it is my opinion that the proposed development represents a very modest rental infill project in very close proximity to transit, which addresses 2 important key city mandates relative to the provision of rental housing and the reduction of auto dependency. And overall, the proposal meets the 4 tests for a minor variance under the Planning Act, represents good planning and is in the public interest and should be approved by this committee. Thank you very much for your time and attention today, and I welcome any further questions or comments.
All right, any questions? Okay, Felix Russo.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Yes, my original objection to this was that it's over. Hello?
Sir, can we have your name and address for the record?
Oh, name is Felix Russo, 33 Indian Road Crescent.
Okay. Can we have your concerns or your comments?
Yes, my concerns are that this is an overbuilt for the area. It'll reduce. It requires the taking down of a tree. As far as I know, the greenery will be lost. I submitted originally a photograph of what it would look like, and so basically, I object to the overbuilt for that site.
Right. Okay. Are those all your comments, sir?
Yes, that's it.
All right, thank you. Jenna Burnett? Pardon? Not there? Okay. That, Mr. Palumbo?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, while I do appreciate the objector's comments, I respectfully disagree that this is an overbuild. Again, when you measure what's being added to this building, we made, in our opinion, substantial efforts to significantly scale down this proposal and eliminate a lot of the concerns that were previously in play. And that's why, again, it's gone from 7 variances down to only 4. And when you look at the existing building and the one unit addition, it's only a 1-story addition. It fills in an existing gap above the existing parking garage. And it is my understanding, again, there are no urban forestry conditions that I am aware of. The previous proposal would have potentially required, but I say potentially because it wasn't actually, it was supposed to be verified with staff, but it had to do with accommodating the west staircase, and that's no longer in play. So all the construction that's proposed before part of this current proposal is directly above the existing building foundation. So there should not be any impact to greenery of any sort. And again, there are no urban forestry conditions that I'm aware of, and otherwise those would have to be met to satisfy the proposal. So again, my comments and my presentation from before, I stick to that opinion. And in my opinion, this does not represent an overdevelopment. Rather, it represents a very modest infill that results in technical variances that reflect the existing situation on the site.
Thank you. All right, panel, any questions? Did we lose Peter again? Yeah. Okay. Any comments, or do we have a motion? Yes, Nimrod.
I think what's being proposed is appropriate. It's a significant improvement from the original proposal. And I think the variances before us are minor in nature. I would move approval of the variances with no conditions.
All right, do we have a secondary? Yes, Aaron. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir. Number 44. 885 Pape Avenue. Purpose of this application to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a basement dwelling unit and a front first-story addition. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Daniel Moe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Daniel Moe at 583 Carlisle Avenue, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. And I'm the owner.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're going to take it into committee. I don't think that we need to have a presentation. Is there anything you want to say before we go into committee?
No, this is a pretty straightforward application.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Any questions, panel comments, or do we have a motion? Yes, Yim.
I think it is a very straightforward application, and the variances, I think they're quite reasonable, and I have no problem with this application, and I don't think that it will create any negative impact in the neighborhood. So I move for approval with no conditions.
We have a seconder. Aaron, all in favor? Yim, are you in favor? Yes. You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and we finish the day at 6:58 p.m. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Sorry for my technical issues.
Were you gone again, Peter?
Yeah, for Glen Gordon, I missed the last 2 minutes of that. I don't know what happened. Anyway, I'll figure it out for next time.
Okay.
Good night, guys.
Good night.